That terrified, naked man in the corner is me. A Datura trip report by Craig, posted to earwid.org, August 28, 2006. I'll start with a little background. This is a detailed report of a trip that spans the course of 3 days. I'm not 100% sure on all the details of the trip, as I can't truly recall everything. Clues I found in my house after the trip helped though, and chronologically, this story is quite accurate. Background. A friend and I have been serious into drugs for years now. We'll call him Chris. Between the two of us, we've tried nearly every drug that could even be slightly considered recreational, drugs many of you have never likely even heard of. Then came the inevitability. Deliriance. The day finally came where there were just no drugs left to try. After reading extensively, we turned to deliriance. It was all that was left to try now. We meticulously grew and picked Datura plants that we had grown and cultivated over an indeterminate stretch of time. The day finally came when the plant was ready to be ingested. We separated a significant portion of seeds, 600 apiece. Looking back, the dose was absolutely ridiculous, and we are very, very lucky to be alive. I should actually be a dead man right now. The mentality behind the dose was something along the lines of, well, we're too experienced not to do this much, and our bodies are too used to drugs, etc. Essentially, we were too tough for Datura, and thus took a very stupid dose and a very stupid risk. The trip. Day 1. T+0 to T+1 hours. Jen, a friend of mine, came over to sit with us. We ingested 600 seeds, each as quickly as possible, washing them down with a glass of milk. We then locked all the doors and windows to my house as to prevent any drug-induced rampages, police run-ins, or worse. Chris and I plopped down in front of my new big screen and began watching a movie. About an hour into it, I started to feel the effects. The dry mouth came on, as in other trip reports, but I had no idea it would be this strong. My legs felt like rubber and my body was completely out of whack. I looked over to Chris to tell him it was kicking in, and I found even this simple task disorienting. He confirmed the same experience thus far. In what was the stupidest move of the century, Jen decided she was bored and that she would take 150 seeds. Now, she's had her experiences with drugs before, but she was our sitter in this moment. T+3 hours. As time passed, it seemed to stretch on. Much like a DXM trip, I lost all reference of time. The only indicator was a digital clock, which would have been impossible to read if it weren't for the large readout. The movie had since finished and the television was airing some show about cops. I honestly couldn't tell you what it was I was watching, but all the lights and colours melded into this visual supernova that I just couldn't stop staring at. Chris grunted strangely, and I looked over to see him sliding off the couch. I became frightened because at that very moment, the room had vanished. We were stranded on a couch in a burning hallway. I grabbed Chris and pulled him back onto the couch so that he wouldn't get burnt. He looked at me with his massive pupils and spoke an unrecognisable string of words. Time slowed as he spoke. His voice echoed in slow motion, and his pupils expanded beyond his eyes, spiralling toward me. I was intrigued at what I was seeing when Jen grabbed my shoulder from the other couch. She was engulfed in flames and ran from the couch up into my bedroom. I laid on my bed trying to make sense of everything when I saw a man looking in through my window. Unable to make out his face, I was deeply, deeply frightened. It was dark outside, and I was on the second floor. Obviously, this was impossible, but I believed it. I believed that he was there. T+5 hours. Jen opens the door to my room. She shouts something and lays next to me. Her face twisted and turned as I stared, and I couldn't remember where we were. T+8 hours. I must have blacked out because 3 hours had passed and I was still lying with Jen in my bed. Only we were now both naked. Did we have sex? Why was I naked? What happened? I had no explanation, but somehow I didn't seem to need one. We tried to have sex, which is weird in itself since we never had so much as a kiss before this. I was too far gone to know what I was doing, and then I went black again. T plus 11 hours. I came to, sprawled on my bedroom floor, and now by myself. I noticed a residue on my body, leading me to believe that we did have sex, but Jen was nowhere to be found. I walked into the kitchen looking for her, but there was no kitchen beyond my bedroom door. Instead, I stepped into a supermarket, only it was closed, and there was no food on the shelves. I ran back downstairs into the TV room where I'd last seen Chris. The room was black. I saw nothing but a body hovering in midair. It was Chris, who seemed to be sleeping. T plus 12 hours. I decided I needed a cigarette, and interestingly enough, I had one in my ear at the time. I smoked it, and took yet another one from my now reloaded ear. Where on earth were these coming from, I wondered. T plus 13 hours. I grew tired, but I still hadn't found Jen. I walked upstairs and immediately upon opening the door, needed to lie down. I thought I was in some kind of endless field and that I was sleeping on the grass. There, I slept for almost 20 hours. T plus 33 hours. I awoke, still hallucinating. I didn't know where I was or how I had gotten there, but it seemed to be a house that wasn't my own. I proceeded into the living room to come across a naked woman, which was Jen. She sat in a chair, talking to nobody. When I entered the room, she saw me and immediately took off running. Where did she go? Who was she? T plus 35 hours. I needed to leave. I was in a strange house and I was stuck. I ventured into what I thought was a bedroom, but it turned out to be a balcony. On the balcony, I found a man's clothing, but no man. Were these mine? I looked out into the backyard, and there on the ground was a man, naked. Somebody had fallen, but luckily, they had landed in the water. T plus 36 hours. I proceeded into the next room, intrigued as if I was investigating some deserted mansion. A radio hummed, though I saw no radio. I noticed a sliding glass door to the back and tried to open it. This was a strange door, and I couldn't seem to open it whatsoever. I felt trapped. I knew it was some kind of illusion, so I jumped through it and I was right. There was nothing there, and I was finally outside, free from this prison. There was a truck on the side of the road that I noticed from where I was standing. I decided to hitch a ride and try to get back home. I jumped into the bed of the truck and waited, and shortly thereafter the driver got in and we were off. I laid still so not to attract any attention, when all of a sudden a friend of mine from high school appeared. I hadn't seen him in ages, but he was going to blow my cover. It was then I remembered that I was naked. I didn't want him to see me like this. I tried to close my eyes, but he was still there. I shouted and tried to struggle with him, but he disappeared. T plus unknown hours. The truck stopped, and I was found out. The driver got out and saw me. He had no facial features, no mouth, no nose, no eyes. I jumped from the bed and began to run, naked and scared. This is my last memory. There is no further evidence as to what happened after this point, but I awoke hours later, finally somewhat sober. I opened my eyes and there were 3 people staring at me. I was naked, bleeding, and covered in my own feces. I huddled in the corner of whatever room I was in. It was a family. They found me and tried to keep me safe. I was in southern New Hampshire, after starting in Maine. I was almost 3 hours from my home with no recollection of how I got there at all. The family offered me clothing and enough money to take the bus back home. Aftermath. I returned home to find my house in ruins. The sliding glass door I had imagined was my bedroom window. Chris was lying on the ground in my yard after falling from the 2nd floor. He had no clothing on, but he was alive, even if he had broke his right leg. I found Jen in my bathtub, still naked and sleeping. My entire life was hysteria for 48 hours. I'm not sure how all 3 of us survived that trip. punished for entering the spirit world. A Datura trip report by Agent 11421, posted to earwig.org July 19th, 2005. I had heard a lot of reports about Datura stramonium, and I was anxious to try it. Knowing the dangerous effects of the plant, I decided to start out with some small doses. I first tried chewing 4 seeds, but after an hour, they seemed to have no effect. I then chewed another 4 seeds, but again, the same results, none. I decided to get braver, and the next night, I chewed 20 whole seeds. But after an hour, I felt nothing again. Now I was getting frustrated. I decided to try 40 whole seeds, but once again, I was disappointed with no effects. It was at this point, I just totally gave up on the seeds. I then tried smoking the leaves, and I smoked 4 Datura cigarettes one after the other, which again had no effect whatsoever. I live alone and was unbothered by anybody. Being mindful of the dangers of Datura, I took no unnecessary chances. I waited until late evening about 7 PM to try the dried leaves. I took a handful of them and boiled them in 3 cups of water for 30 minutes. The concoction I had made was very dark in colour, and I strained the liquid in my strainer into a coffee mug. It smelled and tasted awful, so I decided to sweeten it with 2 tablespoons of honey and drank it down as quickly as possible. I was immensely surprised at how quickly the effects came on. Within 10 to 15 minutes, I began to get a feeling of being drunk. I knew that my best bet was to head straight for bed, where I felt I would be safest. My usual nightly custom was to bring a glass of water into my bedroom with me. But this night I was drunk by the Datura. I lost my balance and fell against the wall, down to the floor and breaking the glass in the process. I returned to the kitchen sink and filled another glass of water. But again, my legs gave way under me, and I fell down like a drunkard. Once again, I filled a glass with water, but it somehow slipped out of my hands and crashed to the floor. By the time I finally made it to my bathroom, I'd broken 5 glasses, but I wasn't aware of it until the next morning when I saw the damage. Finally resting in my bed, I fell asleep quickly. I had an extremely vivid and realistic dream of this invisible being grabbing me, throwing me headfirst into a wall. Try as I might, I was unable to see it at all. Once again, he picked me up and slammed me headfirst into the wall. Then it began to beat me. It grabbed my forearm and snapped it in 2. My bones were protruding from my flesh, and my blood was squirting high up into the air. I pleaded with the being to leave me alone, but it showed me no mercy whatsoever. It picked me up again and slammed me headfirst into the wall. And it was at that point I woke up and realised I was dreaming. But I was nonetheless quite shaken by the whole ordeal. I had the strangest feeling that the being was punishing me for entering the spirit world and wanted to teach me a lesson of some sort. I tried to sit up in bed, but I felt a very strong gravitational pull as I did do so. It was sort of like the force of gravity was making it difficult for me to sit up. This did not scare me, and I thought little of it. I looked around the room, and everything seemed to be normal, when suddenly, this powerful surge overcame me. I instantly made a psi ball with my hands and tossed it at the wall. This ended up tearing a large hole in the wall, which worried me senseless, because I feared that my landlord would find out and evict me. It was right now that I laid down and went back to sleep.
What I didn't realise at the time was that I was never awake at any time at all. All of this was a very vivid and clear dream. The next morning, I arose and went into my kitchen to prepare my morning coffee. As I sat at the kitchen table, a sight frightened me. It was my beloved house cat. She was laying on the floor still and lifeless, and her body was bloated. As I watched her lifeless body, my heart was deeply saddened. I could only conclude in that moment that she must have drunk some of the Datura brew from the pot on the stove and died from it. Sadly, I sat at the kitchen table for an hour when I noticed that my cat was changing shape. I approached closer and found out that it wasn't even my black cat at all. It was my black leather jacket. I'm happy to say that my cat was fine and in good health. I had no further effects from the Datura after that, but I found it to be an unpleasant experience, which seemed to have an evil connotation to it. I flushed the remaining Datura down the toilet and haven't tried it again since. I was deeply grateful that I was alone during this, because I believe if I had a sitter, he or she may have panicked when I fell so many times and have me rushed to the hospital, and that would have wrecked my career entirely. One thing is certain after all this: everybody's metabolism is different. I'm convinced that the dosage I took would have most probably been lethal to somebody else. My advice? Stay well away from this plant.
A Rebirth. A Datura trip report by Wired. Uploaded to Erowid.org on November 13th, 2004. My experience with Datura stramonium, dry autumn seeds, was synchronistic with my expanding awareness. It marks a gateway from the world I was reared in, and the world I now walk in. Without an extensive history of my growth, from pre-puberty to the day I ingested the sacred plant, simply recounting the experience itself would be fruitless. I will spare the reader great detail, but some history should be shared. It was autumn, and I was 20 when I consumed the seeds of a withered Jimsonweed plant in a field of shale in the foothills of Appalachia. I'd been wandering for months already, after leaving my anthropology studies in college in search of something real. My life to that point seemed to be a cycle of rearing, then disillusionment, and I'd reached a weary state. After turning my back on my faith at 15, my belief in history's interpretations and philosophy at 17, my worldview and lifestyle with its effects at 19, and even my ability to conceive at 20, I felt naked and alone in a very cold world. I was living as a vagrant and wandered away, only away, from all that was familiar. It all seemed ill. I had been fasting and having dreams with meanings that led me to asceticism. I had lived as a vegan for some time, when I ate it all, that is. I felt like I'd been infected by the original sin, even if that was something so abstract that it couldn't be rationalised. I was ready to die, but I didn't even have the volition to push myself that far. The dreams showed me glimpses of something that I felt closer to in the wilderness. When my friend from childhood told me that he had spoken to animals while under the influence of Datura, I needed no more motivation. I could feel it was in order, immediately. I wish I had the proper venue to explain more, as I feel that sharing would be correct. I consumed the seeds of a withered pod or two, which would amount to a heaping tablespoon, and about 4 hours later, the experience began. The onset involved losing touch with material reality. Things appeared, disappeared, and seemed in between constantly. I didn't have any concern though. I was a totally detached observer. Then, I lost touch with my body. My legs wobbled. My arms went farther, or not as far as I seemed to wield them. I felt like I was swaying when I was not. No concern for me still. Then a great many visitors came and spoke to me. It seemed as though people I have known throughout my past were coming back and reminding me of lessons I learned. Mythical characters, holy men, teachers, fictitious characters, even TV personalities, past masters. They all reminded me of insights that I gained from them. This lasted for hours. As my friend later told me, he was sober. I recall at the end of this, they might just stand behind me silently and I could see a light behind them and simply knew what they meant. Then, an overpowering urge to urinate carried me to the toilet. I emptied a chalky white stream into the bowl and sighed heavily. And all of a sudden, my mind was clear. I didn't know what was happening. This is when I entered what I will call a dream state. I opened the door to the restroom and the other side was vacant. I recall feeling as if a woman were embracing me and I fell into her cloak. I caught a glimpse of her face and amulet just before falling. She was earthy and old. This is when things become too abstract to recount with mind. I recall feeling as if I was falling in whichever direction I struggled against. I so exerted myself that I then decided to give up and just fall. It was after a period of intense fear and struggle at the prospect of falling that I realised I was actually floating. The more I let go, the more I was cradled. There's a period after that I won't explain because I feel only I can understand it. But what I can explain next was feeling the moonlight like a shower of cool warmth. I set out and roamed the hills, abandoning my keys, wallet and shoes along the way. It felt so heavy, I recall. I recall speaking using a vibrational voice to plants of all kinds, and they would make me feel their place in life's web and taught me about mine. It was like visiting a place I'd never been and knowing everyone already. It was beyond description. I felt at peace. I recall resting under the moon and then noticing a tick on me, then 2, then 5, and I couldn't swipe them off at all. They crawled furiously toward my head. At first I accepted it, as I'd accepted falling, but as I began to think about the situation, it brought dread to my mind. By then these ticks and other crawling bugs were crawling into my nose, ears, mouth, eyes, every orifice imaginable. The more I decided to panic, the more I did, and I could feel my airways being choked. Then, as if the feminine character with the cloak was whispering to me, I let go again and accepted death. At that very moment, every crawling thing that was choking me was transformed into a ladybug, and in a wisp of red in the moonlight, flitted away. I was quiet again. Then, approaching from a distance, a dance by a feline-like feminine figure. It was incredible, and I was deeply moved. Acrobatic, yet smooth and flowing. I was completely entranced. Then I realised she was a shadow. I realised that shadows all around me had begun to dance, so I joined them. There was visual music, and all around the shadows danced. They taught me to dance like them, and I felt so grateful that I cannot even explain it. There is another mysterious period here, a blur of abstract events. I then spoke to a dog for some time. Strange as it may sound, at first he was an old farmer, leaning against a truck. He would nod as I told him things, mostly my deep feelings of goodness in seeing him well, which didn't seem strange at all. Gradually he responded more and more by turning his head and barking an old bloodhound type bark. This too seemed normal. Then his guise was also canine. He told me of his life and how he longed to feel wild again before he passed. He was very old. He conveyed to me that I would do well to embrace a mystery within all things, even my own being. I understood then, but later, when sobered, had to meditate long to reach this again. I bid him adieu and wandered further on. There is another phase now, which is a mixture of seeing things in stages of decay. It is very difficult to convey, but amounts to the fact that all is perpetually thriving and decaying. Always. The next I recall, I was talking to a man in his house which I had wandered into. Later on he told me that I woke him up by entering, and he asked what the fuck I was doing there, and to get out. My response was an expression of innocence recoiling from brutality. He said I examined everything in the room closely. At that time I recall seeing them as relics, and then sitting on his sofa and talking to him. Being well experienced with psychedelic experiences himself, he relaxed and tried to get information about me. I recall him asking where I was from, and this is when normal processes began to return. I could tell him what state and city I was from, but what he wanted to know was from where did I wander to his home. He asked me how I got there, and I told him my car. He asked what car I was talking about, and I pointed to his. It really looks like the car I once owned at the time. Later on he heard me muttering to myself about things that seemed to remind him of a book he was reading concerning the Akashic records, which I am still not familiar with, not even its spelling. Eventually I felt I could walk back to my starting point. I then recall seeing the cloaked woman once more upon returning to my friend's home, but on second glimpse seeing it was a heap of trash bags. This experience lasted 3 days, an utter time warp. I later found out that neighbours had seen me wandering in horse pastures, seeming to play like a small child might. I was mud encrusted up to my knees and dirty all over just wearing pants. I still have the impact of these events with me today. I know how to let go. I now fully know how to let life flow through me. My life was greatly enriched by this. I feel being disillusioned and ready to die was what kept me afloat during this experience. Would I have choked to death if I hadn't? The feminine aspect of all things has become a most fascinating and revered part of my life. The mystery has truly returned. I may never use Datura again. I don't hear the voice. As you can see, it is among the most risky trips I've ever encountered. After studying its traditional use, it is quite clear why that time was right. Yet, I will never suggest someone use it the way I did. Datura is beyond psychedelic. Waking Dream, a Datura trip report by the Smoky Tiger, uploaded to earwid.org September 12, 2007. This happened to me when I was 22 years old, and I'd say that it was the most intense mind-expanding experience of my life. My buddies and I lived together in a house, and every weekend we'd have big parties. I had read and been deeply influenced by the shamanistic description of the world described by Carlos Castaneda. I was already experienced with mushrooms, acid, weed and drunkenness, and was eager to try more. One day, one of my buddies told me that some young drug dealer he knew had peyote buttons for sale, so he bought 3 of them. I didn't find out until recently that what we took was not peyote, but actually Datura. The party had started and I was relatively drunk. My buddy showed up with these 3 little green vegetable things, definitely the large buds of a flower with little bumps in them that used to be spines. 3 of us popped them into our mouths and they taste really bitter but juicy, like a rotten green pepper or something. Very quickly, around 45 minutes later or so, I was experiencing strong visual distortions that were similar to mushrooms or acid. Melting walls, intense colours, patterns. and I thought, wow, this is going to be cool. But then, I was downstairs and there were bottles all around, and everyone was gone. I asked my buddy where is everyone, and then he told me that the party was over and it was the next day. My memory was extremely messed up. Over the next little while, I pieced together what had happened from my own mind and the viewpoint of witnesses. Here goes. After everything started melting like a strong acid trip, me and my two friends passed out for about half an hour. When we woke up, we were sleepwalking. Half in the reality of the party, half in an illusionary reality. It was impossible to differentiate between the two. When we spoke, it would come out as complete gibberish, but to us, we were speaking very clearly. We were all very happy throughout the whole trip. At one point I was talking utter gibberish to some people at the top of a staircase when I decided to just fall over. Witnesses said it seemed like I did it purposefully. I just leaned over and fell all the way down to the bottom of the staircase and got up without injury, and just continued wandering around. It really seemed to witnesses as if I were retarded in some sense, speaking and looking just like a mentally handicapped person would do. We really were in a dream. I kept telling everyone about this huge tower that was 1,000 feet high and 1,000 years old, and I was pointing to it. Also, I talked about a tropical beach and a harbour. There was a moment during my trip where I had a long discussion with a girl about special ways to hold your hands to prevent yourself from being harmed from psychic attacks. These details I then gathered from witnesses. The interesting thing about our hallucinations is that sometimes it seemed like the three of us could hallucinate the same thing. One time I had this sort of puking fit and coughed and then puked all over the floor. My tripping buddies came over and we looked at the puke, but I actually didn't puke, we were hallucinating it together. For a period of time, my buddies thought they were at work and we were working together in the kitchen, thinking it was the kitchen of their actual job. They seemed to have a great time as they cooked up invisible meals and washed invisible dishes. All of us really wanted to climb, and we were climbing the staircase and bookshelves, etc. All of this I have no memory of though. My memory came back towards the end of the trip. At this point I would be partly dreaming and then be shifting between the two realities. So I'd be talking to a person, then I'd go to light my cigarette, and I'd be smoking, really enjoying watching the smoke and talking, and then bang, I'd suddenly realised that I was talking to the wall, and I was just waving my fingers around thinking I was smoking. This weird effect lasted for a long time, but I was entertained by it rather than frightened. I'd think someone was there and start talking to them, and then they'd just disappear. The crazy thing is that at this point I got in my car and drove to another house and was alone there talking to invisible people for some period of time before returning to the party. Or maybe that was a total hallucination. Although it seems like it would be disturbing, for some reason I was always happy and it seemed like I was in control. I really can't emphasise more that it was a dreaming-like experience, and I had a good time because I usually have good dreams. I reckon if I was stressed and had nightmares occasionally, it could have been disastrous. My confidence might have been a result of the alcohol, so it might have been the forgetfulness as well. Our pupils stayed dilated for a few days afterwards and my vision is distorted. Also, I had severe cottonmouth throughout. We kept drinking cup after cup of water, but our thirst could not be satisfied. This event was a turning point in my life. I'd been shown how reality is all relative. Everybody's minds can generate realities that are perfectly real. So you realise that nothing is truly real at all. Everything is relative. The Buddhist concept of Maya is illustrated here. It's not just a metaphor anymore. The occult implications of this are profound. There really is no way of knowing whether the entities and realities I experienced were actual living things and places, or simply figments of my imagination. But it made me question the reality of everything around me. All in all, I would definitely experiment with Datura again if I could find it. What was especially exciting was the fact that many of us could experience the same dream together. With practice, I feel this plant could really teach you a lot, but it's hardcore. Definitely not for those prone to bad trips. Extensive experience with other hallucinogens like acid or mushrooms are recommended. And also, the party scene was not really the best I feel. This plant needs to be respected. What I did in the winter of '05 in a small town is something I will never do again. I regret ever having done it, and yet it was perhaps the most interesting time of my life. For a time, I was the essence of delirium.
For about a year, I'd been smoking pot on a daily basis, and in that time had tried the usual psychoactives: shrooms, acid, salvia, HBWR, and my favourite, ecstasy. So one night, my friend, let's call him Ryan, and I had been planning to get some rolls for about a month now, and had found someone to hook us up. But the day before I got the phone call no parent, or in this case, stoner, ever wants to get, my dealer got tickets to a concert at the last minute and was out of state. We tried to call around everyone we had ever met to find a hookup, but to no avail. So we started walking down the street to our local restaurant, and along the way I noticed a white trumpet-shaped flower growing in some bushes on the side of the road. Ryan and I both identified it as Datura, and decided to snap a pod off of one. We went to the restaurant and I decided to eat 10 seeds. Since we didn't know what it would do to us, I decided to take them and Ryan would be my sitter. We finished our food and walked home. As soon as we got back to my house, I started feeling very paranoid. We went into the living room and started watching the movie Groundhog Day, and as we watched I kept forgetting that Ryan was there, and would become scared and leave the room every time I looked at him. I went into the kitchen and started pouring water into a glass, but started to notice things about my kitchen that I hadn't noticed before. There were spider webs in the corners of the ceiling, and the floor was split in the centre. I screamed and ran into the living room, where Ryan had finished watching the movie, and asked if he could smoke in here. I said he could and curled up under some covers on my couch. About 3 minutes later I took the covers off of my face, and noticed Ryan pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and asking if I had a lighter. I picked one up off of the floor sitting next to me and handed it to him. However, when I asked for it back, he said he had thrown it at me. I didn't think anything of it, knowing that I could find it later, but soon Ryan's cigarette fell out of his hand. I told Ryan that he had dropped it on his lap, and he freaked out. It began rolling on the ground, and before he could roll over the cigarette, it disappeared. I suddenly remembered I had taken Datura, and asked Ryan if he had. He said that he had eaten 12 seeds without telling me. I realised we had shared an illusion, and got extremely frightened. I ran up my stairs, which seemed to go on forever, and every time I tried to get to the top step, it would slide out from under me. I finally gave up, but managed to somehow slide to the top of the stairs. I got up and ran into my bedroom, and fell down on the floor. I slowly got up, and then suddenly I realised that I was in my room with my old friend from high school. Let's call him Bobby. I started reminiscing with him about the crazy times we had, and I started to roll a joint. I started to light it up, and Bobby said we should go out onto the roof to smoke it. We went out my window and sat on the roof and started hitting what would now become a bong. Then, as he passed it to me, it suddenly dropped off the roof, and I leaned into the gutter to try to catch it. Before I managed to completely fall off, luckily, I blacked out. I was woken up 3 hours later by police sirens as the police pulled into the front of my yard. I stumbled into the window and ran out of my room to find Ryan. I ran down the stairs and saw him passed out in the bathroom, in the bathtub with his wrists bleeding. I smashed the mirror in my bathroom with my fist for some reason and ran out the back door and into the cornfield in the back of my yard. I kept running through the stalks until I got to the deepest, darkest spot in the forest of corn. I knelt down to hide from the police, but I kept hearing dogs barking and could see distant stalks moving. I started crying into my hands, and when I removed them, Ryan was there with me. He told me to run with him to the distant caves, and I ran with him. But we were in a jungle now. This shit was weird. I woke up in my backyard about 2 hours later, underneath a wheelbarrow. I went inside and found Ryan not to be there, and I was still tripping. I realised that my life was like Groundhog Day, and that I could kill myself and come back the next day. So I ran my head into the wall 3 times, and lost consciousness. I awoke again in an alley outside of the restaurant. How did I get here? The next thing I remember is walking home, and seeing some very frightening faces along the sides of the road. I walked into a parking lot next to my house and leaned up against an SUV and passed out. The next thing I remember, I was in the SUV, flying down the highway. I had gotten into the car somehow and started it and began seeing vampires flying around the car. I slammed on the brakes and ran into the woods nearby, pursued by the same vampires, and clawed at a tree until my fingers bled, and sat there shivering, hallucinating, until sleep reclaimed me. I woke up and began walking back to the highway. It took about 15 minutes to get there, but it didn't seem like I had run that far into it. I got into the SUV and drove around the highways for an hour and a half before finding my way back home. When I got home, Ryan was not there. I was far too worried to search for him, so I slept for 10 hours to escape the terrible feeling Datura was giving me. The next day I felt like shit, and called around to find out if anyone knew where Ryan was. It turns out that Ryan was in the hospital with his spine cracked, after having been found by my neighbour. Apparently the cops had never showed up. Indecently, there was no cornfield in my backyard. My gutter was hanging off of my roof, and my house was a mess. The owners of the SUV reported the car stolen, and even though I returned it and explained, they still insisted on pressing charges, and now I'm going on trial for car theft. So basically, Datura kind of fucked my life up, and I never plan on doing it again. The original report for this was written in Russian, so the following is going to be a rough translation into English. Just thought I'd give you a heads up because some of the sentences don't make much sense, but other than that it's pretty coherent, so I think you should be able to understand the gist of it. Let me start by saying that I probably only remember a few % of what happened. However, I think that is enough to give you an idea of the potential of this substance. The beginning is probably standard. I was myself a rather peculiar, adventure-seeking 20-something with a few nagging issues, the cause of which was probably an underestimation of what I had at the time. I was alone at the time and only my countrymen and a small part of my family cared for me, so I figured I didn't have much to lose in life, so it was worth the risk. I read a lot about psychedelics. Unfortunately, I didn't have much opportunity to try them at the time except for low doses of LSD, which didn't even bring me into the 3rd level. My interest was aroused by commonly available Datura, and even though I read many bad things about it, and even though I was in my 2nd year of biotechnology, which I was very interested in, my eternal sanity was broken by a few dozen black balls. I don't want to bore you with an even longer introduction, so I'll just say that I never had done something so terribly debilitating and naive before. The day came. It was the beginning of September, very warm and pleasant, and most importantly still a holiday. I went behind the city park, where nobody actually goes, and where those damn bushes grew. With a smooth movement of my hand I twisted the seed chestnut. I divided the contents into 2 parts, half of which, I think I had some sense left, I put in my pocket, and the other half I ate with a big grin on my face. The taste was horrible, very bitter. The whole plant emitted an unpleasant, rather repulsive smell. It took me about 15 minutes to eat. I wanted to bite the seeds as well. As I said, there was no great fear. I was convinced that after such a large amount I would avoid all the horrible effects described by other eating peanuts. For the next 3 hours I did not feel any effects apart from a growing slipper in my snout. Fortunately I was prepared for that, at least I thought so, and I stocked up on 1.5 litres of mineral water. It was still early, only 2 PM. From that moment things started to happen. I'm going to write very chaotically now, because as the phase progresses I only remember parts of it. I will mark this moment as T. T plus 1 hour. Everything blurred terribly for me. It looked damn blurry. I was spitting without saliva and talking something to myself, sort of comforting things. I remember constantly drinking water whilst choking on it. I had a terrible drip in my mouth, but not that it was dry, just cinnamon. My tongue was dry to a crisp, and there was nothing I could do about it. The water didn't help. It didn't seem to be wet. The sun also bothered me despite my sunglasses. An old lady was walking next to me and I asked if I knew where a wild rose grew here. I was surprised by both her presence and her question, because when I looked around, it was growing everywhere. She started picking it up and throwing it on the ground. She was terribly abrupt in all her movements, hurrying somewhere. She was telling me that she needed some ingredients for some specifics, and then she said something to the effect that I understood that she wanted to cut off my dick. I was panicking like never before, running ahead, but every now and then I would stumble. I felt very heavy, like I weighed 200 kilos and had legs of melting plastic. I fell, then fell again. I forgot why I was running at all, turned around and was lying on the ground. I was very tired. I think I fell asleep. T plus 2 hours and more. I was sitting on some mulch. There were lots of animals walking around. It looked like my old dream. I was just dreaming. I was shooting some buffaloes with a strange rifle, but they were in a fog and I couldn't hit anything. My friend came to see me. I knew him from primary school, so I was very happy. I talked with him about vacations from years ago, and many other things I do not remember. In general, we talked about old times. I was afraid to be alone and I was very happy that he came. I wanted to take this opportunity to ask him about one girl I was paying attention to at the time, and suddenly, boom, disappeared. It was just gone. I was scared to death. I forgot. I didn't even remember that I had taken anything. I don't know how to describe it, but I lost my logical thinking. I did all sorts of strange things without any logic. My pockets were full of earth and some leaves, probably because I kept thinking that something was lying on the ground. I thought I had lost my ID. I saw an entry card to some establishment and a bunch of other shit. I ate some grass, some leaves and other greens, because cows eat, ? T plus 8 to 12 hours. Every now and then there were moments of sobriety. Maybe I wouldn't call it that, but such moments in which I regained some logic. The evening came. I remembered the way home, to which I walked for a good hour anyway, even though the road was 10 to 15 minutes long. My friends came for me and thought I was drunk. One time I got drunk. They were the ones who walked me home. Now their hallucinations were walking me away. They were identical, completely the same, only they kept swapping every now and then. One time I had 3 friends, another time 2, and another time 3, but different. As it later turned out, I walked through the housing estate with my arms raised, as if someone was to tow me, and I talked to myself, turning over every now and then. On the way I went shopping. It turned out that I entered a store and started to rearrange the goods together with imaginary friends. I carried some cartons next to meats, and of course the guard fucked me over. Instead of being surprised at what I did, I told myself that it was my boss who fired me. On the staircase I made a total mess. I threw all possible flowers off the windowsills. I visited many neighbours because I forgot where I live. I wanted to cry when they wouldn't let me in. I got to my door. It wouldn't open, so I kicked it. I found the key. After half an hour of effort I opened the door. I pulled out my gun and took a piss. Just right there on the carpet. Mother came home a short time later, house all fucked up, curtains made into a tent. All the cutlery in the bathtub, everything from the kitchen, including food, I gave to the bathroom, to the bathtub or the sink. The living room is full of earth and some kind of greenery. I probably brought it from outside. The whole house was fucked up. My mother was panicking about what was wrong, and I didn't know what she meant. So I told her I had to make a sandwich with shoe polish because it was healthier than butter. She wanted to call an ambulance, but as I was already quite calm and just sat there watching what was happening on the floor, she let it go, thinking she would sober up in the morning. T plus 20 hours. The second day I slept alternately with idle lying down. I was terribly hot, ate some cheese but there were white bugs in it. They disgusted me and I threw it away. The hallucinations continued. I had no idea what was what. I went somewhere, I don't remember where. I was sitting somewhere and it seemed to me that I was in a Jewish cemetery. It smelt of corpses. Big 30 to 50 centimetre beetles were walking everywhere. It seemed to me that I was rotting here together with the corpses. I had no identity. The end. Zero memory. Second day at night. The police found me. I was a few kilometres from home in the remains of abandoned withered corn, and a jacket and no pants. How the hell? I don't know. Then all I remember is the hospital, a catheter in my dick, hurt like hell afterwards. IVs, interrogations, family, I'll spare you this. They kept me in hospital for 9 days. After 4 days I regained consciousness. I got a nice referral for psychiatric tests and the need for liver tests for a few years. A ban on eating anything that could harm me in any way, many other bans, but that's the fuck out there. How did it change the future? Some things I don't want to write about, you can guess for yourselves. Other things include fucked up health, worse intellect, although now, after 6 years, I seem to be better. Great disappointment for my family, great gigantic shame. The whole housing estate saw me practicing various oddities. The cooperative charged me for the damage I did to the cage, plus a broken window of which I had no idea. Health is still failing, and here the immunity is weak, and here the kidneys hurt. I can only dream about drinking a 4-pack. For over a year I was afraid of everything that was sticking out. I was afraid to sleep in the dark. When I talked to my friends, I was afraid that they would soon disappear and it would all come back. Today, after all these years, I am telling you about it to warn you. I graduated from college, having several conditions, plus one repeat of the year, and started to slowly recover. My mind year by year is more and more like it was before, but I know I could have stayed a complete retard for the rest of my life. Remember, Datura is a damn poison, not a psychedelic of any kind. There is no experience after it like there is after LSD. No enlightenment, no colourful visions, and no gentle return. Datura is something that grinds your brain. Everything goes haywire and you are not in control at all. You don't understand any words or absolutely anything. Logical thinking is completely turned off. Simply put, learn from someone else's mistakes and you will avoid many problems. Think before you take anything. There are a lot of cool and interesting things in the world, and I'm not writing this because I like it so much, but because I found out about it myself. You are all nice young people, and you can do a lot. Ciao.
Not quite what I had expected. A Datura trip report, posted by Barton to earwid.org, May 5th, 2010. I had recently procured 500 Datura metal seeds, after randomly noticing them being sold on a botanical website for £3, coming free with 80 Morning Glory seeds, which I'd tried before and had the utmost good time on. I remembered reading about Datura on a page about psychedelics and what the word hallucination actually means. I've always been interested in psychonaut activities. I know it's not a word, and this indeed did sound like an experience I had to have. I've been experimenting with drugs and more recently entheogens since I was about 14. I've tried alcohol, cannabis, ecstasy, piperazines, mephedrone, temazepam, beta blockers, salvia 20x, nutmeg, cocaine, speed, tramadol, morphine sulfate, morning glory seeds, butylon, methalon, DXM, and multiple others that I can't recall at this time. After some healthy research and reading a lot of insane reports, Datura reports being quite a hobby of mine for a few days, I decided to buy the 500 seeds. They came 2 days later, on Friday. There was a small party that night, and I planned on keeping the seeds for an occasion where I had nothing at all to do for 3 days. That plan soon changed, when my friend Cal came over to my house for a little pre-booze before the party. I showed him the seeds and told him about a few trip reports and the history of usage. He wanted to dive in and try them.
I warned him over and over that he probably shouldn't, seeing as he hadn't tried any psychedelics before, besides weed if you want to count it, and that this was very powerful stuff. He was having a party the next night for his birthday, and I thought he might not manage. But despite my warning, he took 10 seeds, and I wasn't going to let him do them alone, so I had 10 as well. Cal had no anxiety at this point, as he had not read the terrifying reports I had read. I was anxious, worried when and if they would kick in. So let's call this point of first ingestion 0 hours, about 6:30 PM. My timescale may be a bit messed up, and a lot of the night is probably lost in my memory. We were in my room. My parents are fine with us drinking, etc., as long as we don't go mad. It was quite a big room, 5.1 speakers, and most people sitting on the 2 beds or the PC chairs. T plus 0 hours. 10 seeds ingested on a half-empty stomach, followed by a line of mephedrone which I thought would probably take the edge off. I knew now that this would not be the psychonautic chill-out session I had hoped to have on Datura. T plus 30 minutes. My friend Yu came over to join the pre-booze. We recently procured him his first ever ecstasy tablet, which he asked me to halve for him to try out. He ate it, and then we suggested he tripped with us. He agreed half-heartedly, and we gave him 10. T plus 1 hour. Cal was growing impatient by now. This was typical behaviour. Like 2 years ago when we first tried ecstasy, it happened to be very strong, and after 20 minutes Cal got bored of waiting and ate too. I joined him, and whoosh. He asked for more. I gave him another 5 seeds and told him to take it easy, and had another 5 myself, as did you. We were still drinking steadily at this point, about 5 units down, and at about this time, the rest of my friends came over. A friend, let's call him Paul, pulled out an ecstasy pill and cut it up, giving me a line. At this point I feel anxious about the Datura, as I was not expecting to try it. I gave Cal and Ewan some more, because they were impatient despite my warnings. I waited a bit longer. Cal started to say the seeds were fake. He was annoying me at this point. "Are you sure?" I said. "Here's more then. Dig in." The faster he got there, the sooner he'd shut up, I guess. T plus 2 hours. Ingested about 25 of the seeds by this point. Wasn't feeling much though. Mildly confused and just a bit all over the place. Trying to keep things under control which don't even need to be in control. By this point I had about 10 units of alcohol, and I decided to cut some more lines of mephedrone for us all. I cut some small lines just as a little boost at this point. I see no point in taking massive lines and wanting more like some fiend. I decided to count the morning glory seeds I got free with the Datura. There were 90 of them. Not enough for anything worthwhile, I thought. So poor myself decided to down half each just for the sake of it. T plus 2 hours and 30 minutes. I started to notice my mouth feeling very, very dry. This isn't a usual thing with mephedrone, I thought. I kept drinking booze and water, but it didn't help at all. Cal and Ewan did not feel the dry mouth. T plus 3 hours and 30 minutes. We arrived at my friend's party in her flat. The dry mouth was still there, but easily ignored. I was social easily enough. I spent some time walking about rooms talking to people. Very right-minded, but still anxious and a tad distracted because my current love interest seemed to be in a bad mood. Lots of people were very interested in the seeds. They found it hard to believe that these tiny seeds could provide a powerful trip. My friend Chris wanted to try them, so I gave him 50 flat out. I first tried morning glory seeds with this boy and Paul. He doesn't like mephedrone or stimulants in general, so I thought he'd appreciate it. Cal kept asking for more, and I gave him them. Meanwhile, Yu was content on his pill, so we left him to it. T plus 4 hours and 30 minutes. Around about this time, Cal took a drawer off and passed me an invisible cigarette. Of course, I read about this in other reports, that finally it had kicked in. I had not mentioned the phantom cigarette phenomenon to Cal before, nor had he read about it. This is also surprising because he doesn't smoke. The seeds weren't fake at all. I told him he passed me nothingness, and he said, "Nah, I must have dropped it." More from Cal later. In this hour I drank up about 15 units, had another few lines of pill and mephedrone, and ate about 30 more seeds. A friend was rolling a joint, and he prompted me to put some seeds in. I had 500, so I thought, fuck it, why not? We smoked it, and we all decided it tasted like burning oak wood. Not much to say at this point.
I'm too used to being drunk and full of methadone and pills to describe my thought process as anything other than buzzing. I was dancing about the rooms talking to people, smoking, drinking, snorting and swallowing. I was certainly more disorientated than usual though. After this point in time, everything becomes too distorted and events are hard to put in order, but I will try my best. If you're reading and getting bored, the trip is still to come. T plus 5 hours and 30 minutes. It was around this point that Chris and I took the rest of the seeds. Cal had about 150, I would think. There was about 180 left, again I would think. A good sized pile anyway. So we had about 90, just because we were bored of waiting, and I had picked up the courage from all the alcohol and powder. We swallowed the lot. About half an hour I stood up and had no balance whatsoever. It was like the two from Fear and Loathing after Ether, like being very drunk, but I felt right-minded. After a while, I think I regained balance. I remember doing handstands and cartwheels. Talking to Chris in the kitchen, his whole face turned into a big blur while I was up close. I realised a massive intake in a short period had worked well. When I closed my eyes, I could see vibrant dark purples and greens everywhere. T plus 7 hours and 30 minutes. These 2 hours are a blur. My friends say that myself and Cal were both talking to ourselves and making very little sense. It was like dreaming while awake. I remember a group of us getting down to our underwear and dancing on a bed to a circus type song and a video of a naked man in a horse head, dancing while cooking mushrooms. Everyone's face was a big blur up close by now. My friends also say I was talking away to a kitchen knife. Eventually around this time, Cal broke a few glasses in a vase. The flat owner got very angry and started kicking people out. I had planned to stay there that night, but Paul's girlfriend Rack let me stay at her house. It was a long walk, and apparently I was quite a burden. I thought there were several other people with myself and Paul as we walked to Rack's house, including Rack herself. I kept stopping to wait on them. I was picking up litter off the ground, random bus tickets, etc., thinking that there were bags full of cocaine and methadone and sometimes money. Paul tried to stop me, but I was fascinated with all the things the ground had to offer. Back at Rack's house, Rack found it hard to get me in bed because I was walking about her room intrigued. Paul said that I said something like, "I'm trying to figure out what to do next." And I kept standing back up after lying down. I began to see these electric bat-like, horizontal lightning flashes that were flying around the room when Rack turned the light off. Eventually, Rack had to tuck me in bed. T plus 11 hours ? This is when I vaguely start to remember things again. When I started to wake up, if I was awake at all, and I'm very unsure about the timing, Rack's carpet, which I was sleeping on, had triangular designs on it. The triangles were ranging from white to yellow, and the texture seemed to mimic that of methadone powder. So I realistically thought I was cutting lines up, but I found it very hard to tell which triangle was the methadone, if at all. I soon realised how silly I was trying to cut lines on the carpet. The triangles made up bigger and bigger triangles, and I kept attempting to pick up these 2D triangles. I kept hearing Paul, who was in the same room sleeping, talking out loud. I also thought that you had come back with us and was in the room, and I had conversations with them, and kept saying, "What?" when I misheard, quickly realising that no one was even talking. This is when it started to peak. A few months ago, Paul threw an alien baby, sticky silicone like toy alien, onto the ceiling where it's been stuck there ever since. This alien baby turned into a massive centipede, about 10 centimetres by 4 centimetres. I didn't know it was the alien baby at first. The centipede started crawling towards Rack's bed where she was sleeping with Paul. I was tempted to wake them up, as I did not want to go back to sleep with this massive fucker crawling about. It seemed perfectly normal at the time that this was happening. Then, 4 spiders appeared, one at each side of the centipede, and all 5 insects were now on a spider web. The spiders engaged the centipede in an epic battle. Lots of tactics were used, but eventually the centipede won. I found myself cheering him on as well. He had taken over the spiderweb, and at this point the centipede revealed itself as the alien baby, still moving along the spiderweb, eating each of the spiders in turn. Every time he moved, he would bleed from the head, and at one point, he actually winked at me. When Rack was awake, I said something like, "Did you know your alien baby is still alive? He lives off the dead spiders on your ceiling."
Now you've got to know that Rack and Paul weren't too fussed about me tripping on the floor. I'm a bit upset because I kept them awake with my nonsense occasionally, but there was no real bad vibes. I actually did consider at the time that alien babies were living silicon-based life forms. The fact that Rack couldn't see and move meant little to me at the time, and after a while I found myself talking to someone on the phone, to open my eyes to see that my phone was not actually in my hand at all. T plus 13 hours. After chilling for some time, I left home to sleep, and go through the process of feeling like shit for a while before going back out that night. However, I wasn't aware that I'd still be tripping. I walked to the train station. I felt as if my friends were around me all the time. It was like dreaming while awake. Things and people would be there and then disappear. I realised when I pulled my phone out that I could not read anything up close. In fact, my whole phone had changed. The cover had several differences to it. Weird additions that I could see but could not feel. The language had changed, and all my contacts were spelt differently, or had random words added to them. When I got to the station, there were a number of people around, most noticeably a man standing under a lamppost with a clock attached to it. He was very tall. He said something that I couldn't hear, and I said very loudly, "What?" And he disappeared along with two others behind him. I felt bad how I've not been able to engage with these random made-up characters like others have been able to. I felt like I should be embarrassed about looking like an idiot talking to myself, but I barely cared at this point. The area behind where the tall man was standing was a train station toilet, but I remembered later on that this train station doesn't have a toilet, or a clock for that matter. When the train came, I got on and showed my pass to the ticket examiner, and maybe I showed it to no one. Looked out the window for a bit, and suddenly all the seats, 5 or 6, were filled with people from my school which I left last year. I don't remember the chats we were engaging in, but I remember not wanting to talk to them and looking out the window occasionally to avoid eye contact. At one point when I did so, I turned back to see that they were all gone, and I had been talking to myself again. I turned round to see that none of the people, or possibly imaginary people, behind me were looking at me at all. I found none of this scary or unpleasant though. I approach all things with an open mind and see no point in trying to fight the effects of anything I put in my body. After the 10-minute train journey and a 2-minute walk to my house, I was finally home. I don't remember if I talked to my mother when I came in, or anyone for that matter, but I quickly went upstairs. The next 7 hours I spent in my house prior to going out again was spent in confusion. I definitely had a shower, but I've no recollection of it whatsoever. I turned on my computer and was on Facebook. I realised how hard it was to type. Here is a post from 4 PM. People keep coming in to then they gradually disappear. Every few minutes I hear whisper and turn around to see the nist rubbed in sips. Occasionally I catch them out and to further to say, "True enough, pretty sure some sort of thing in the corner is throwing bits of paper at me, but I can find the pieces. Keep thinking I see might as well." And then 15 minutes later, some cunt shining a torch around occasionally. I have a shit one X. I was trying to explain that my friends from last night kept coming into my room and I could hear them talking around me. I would turn around and they'd disappear, or sometimes I would catch them out and they'd have to stay until I looked away again. Bits of paper kept landing on me or flying past me. Something invisible was throwing them at me, but I couldn't find the paper lying around me, so I knew it wasn't actually happening. Not sure if this was before or after the paper, but I remembered a few days after the experience that I was using Facebook on my mobile. This is possible, but why I would ever do that on my shit phone is beyond me. I was probably confusing my laptop with my phone in the dream limbo. I remember looking on the floor to see a small maggot squirming on my carpet. I still don't know if it was real or not, but it is plausible. I remember thinking, shit, I really need to detox my room somehow. This is a disgusting state of affairs. I've never had to deal with a maggot before, but my first instinct was to kill it while picking it up with a pen and then putting it in the bin. And so I did. The pen didn't work, but I used a pencil. I was confused about what I was doing socially that night. The last 2 nights, Thursday and Friday, involved going to the same flat. I assumed for some reason that I was having people round for another pre-booze before going to the same flat, then to Cal's 19th birthday party, but only the latter was true. I sent a wide range of undecipherable texts that my friends and I laughed about later. Cal kept coming into my room. I was expecting him to be coming round. He wasn't really, I just imagined he was.
I was angry because if he was to really show up, how could I distinguish him from his clone illusions? Whenever I was to be called, the name on the phone, for example, Annie Rosetta McCormick is calling, would never correspond to who was actually calling me. Some of the names that appeared to be calling, I realised later I didn't even know, or I've never had their number. This resulted in some embarrassing phone conversations with drug dealers and phone calls which I wrongly deemed to be pranks. I actually thought my phone was broken until late Sunday afternoon when I recharged my phone and realised my silliness. Around this time in my house, I was also smoking imaginary cigarettes, remembering I had it in my hand while resting it against my lap, and quickly jumping trying to avoid the burning. I quickly realised that I had no cigarettes at all, but there were ghostly memories there of lighting up and the taste being in my mouth. Truly bizarre. Somehow I had managed to get a plan. I was to get the next train to meet my friends in a park before going to the usual flat owned by Anna. And, well, I assumed that was what was happening in my still Datura-induced haze. I noticed before I left my house that my computer desk had several rainbow-tinted drops of water on it. When I touched these bits of water, my hand would go right through them. They would not move and I could not feel them at all. I experimented with them for a bit, and discovered the only way to get rid of them was by flicking them with my finger. However, some of them would not be moved by this process. I had 10 minutes till the train. I came to the conclusion that they were germs, and my room must be filthy. Maggots and massive germs. I started to realise that these germs were reproducing through mitosis right before my eyes, rapidly taking over the desk. What an amazing thing to behold without a microscope, I thought. Now I had 10 minutes to the train. If I left, I would most certainly come home the next day to realise that my room had been taken over by these germs. I had to destroy them, I realised. I went down and grabbed a cloth, bathroom spray, and a bowl of warm water and started scrubbing at the ghostly dots. Some would just not go away, and I realised the next day that the ones which would not go away were actually little chips taken out in my desk, and the ones that did move were probably just crumbs or something of the sort. The rest of the day and night consisted of basic confusion of what I was doing, and my perception of my phone still being a bit off. Later on, I got very drunk and stoned at Cal's party, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up in a park 20 odd miles away from Cal's house at 2 PM with 2 backpacks, one filled with spices including nutmeg. I had hazy recollections of walking through fields and around lakes attempting to hitchhike. I'm not sure if I can blame Datura for this, but it's not as if I'm not used to this kind of thing happening. By then, my vision was normal. Looking back, I'm glad I had the experience, though I wish Cal hadn't tempted me to try it on this one occasion. It is definitely a weekend to remember, and I would rate it as a positive experience. But I would only recommend it to those who have a high level of self-awareness, and I urge people to keep an open mind while trying Datura. This experience happened last weekend, 5th of March 2010, and since then, I've tried lower doses of Datura on the 11th and 12th. On the 11th, the effects came on quicker. No hallucinations this time, just confusion and mild anticipation, perhaps a slightly higher level of thought. Massive pupils were also evident, and I felt really tired. I smoked some weed as well, and slept for 16 hours, which was very refreshing. The next morning, I made a tea out of 50 seeds, which put me in a mild state of delirium for the full day. By Saturday morning, I had amazing closed-eye visuals and felt very euphoric. I have noticed since Friday that I can remember so many more of my dreams in finer detail, and the dreams seem to mean more to me. I've been lucky to not have a bad trip with any hallucinogens so far, and I'm looking forward to trying more in the future, and perhaps Datura again one day. I no longer live in the real world. A Datura trip report by Interlife Slumber from Erowid. It pretty much started while I was in high school. A good friend of mine and myself would spend all day dismissing our regular studies and study mostly on ancient herbs and assorted ethno-botanicals. Being a Native American, I was raised in a world of shamanistic practice and teachings by my family. We would always know every, if not almost every aspect of any entheogen we considered experimenting with beforehand. This was of great importance to me. I would rather be smart about doing anything than take a chance and be dead. Anyway, Datura was a touchy subject that I thought about doing someday, but wasn't in any kind of rush. Not to mention that my grandfather strongly recommended that I never take it, mostly because I was not qualified to do so by native custom, unless her spirit wishes it in my best interests. After I graduated from high school, I was a bit reluctant to go to college right away. I spent most of my time reading about random things and meditating. This is when I started my walk in life with Her Majesty. I was meditating one day when I was suddenly overcome with a warm feeling all over my body, and I felt a presence that I knew right away was the Datura spirit. She had come to me at last. For some reason I just knew that she was telling me that through her I would find the answer to the questions I had been meditating on. I was living in a small town in southeast Texas at the time. There were literally hundreds of Datura flowers around where I lived, so I quickly went to a wooded area a few blocks from my house where I'd seen a beautiful angel's trumpet shrub which I'd kept my eye on for quite some time. I asked her spirit to surrender an open pod of seeds so that I might sow them and care for a plant or two of my own. I felt that growing my own plant was the only way I could prove my trust to her. Months had passed and turned into a year since I had planted my seeds, and I was anxious as hell to finally taste of my child and bear witness to her divine secrets. I had taken much patience and took great care of my now overly fruitful plant. Every night I would pray for it and speak with it and meditate. I finally decided that it was time. I took of her 3 flowers, which were not fully blossomed, and 2 leaves. I then invited my friend, same friend from above, over to sit for me while I spend my time with the spirits. He was reluctant to do so, mostly because he still felt like it was a bad idea, but came over anyway to ensure my safety. I boiled only 2 flowers and 1 leaf. I was not sure of the exact potency, and felt it would be much safer. I put it into a teapot for about 30 minutes, all the while meditating and asking her spirit to be with me and protect me during our venture. After letting the now greenish liquid cool for a while, I decided that the only way to drink this tonic was with the help of some mellow tunes playing in the background. Well, I didn't have any mellow tunes, however, so I sprung for the next greatest thing since sliced bread, Mr. Bungle. Mike Patton never let anyone down. I put the CD on repeat and consumed my beverage. Being is how I've consumed many crude ethnobotanical teas in my day: Syrian rue, Agrea nervosa, Banisteriopsis capi, ayahuasca vine, Amanita muscaria, Hymia salsifolia, Empomia, Morning Glory, etc., etc. I'm not exactly one to ask how if it tastes good or not. It surely doesn't taste like anything that should be allowed in the market, that's for sure. Tea plus 35 minutes. I'm beginning to feel very lightheaded. Kind of like when I stand up too fast and lose touch with reality for a while. My mouth is also extremely dry, and it is hard to quench my thirst. I decide to lay down on the floor directly facing my plant and close my eyes. With Mr. Bungle still raging on, I start to drift off and find myself entering into a dreamlike state full of majestic landscape and bright scenery. I was drifting along, losing all touch with reality, speaking to the animals that I passed by, and they would also speak back. It was incredible, to be honest. I felt at one with Mother Nature and never wanted to leave the world I was in. I completely forgot Tim was there until he shouted at me, "Yo, you okay, man? You've been laying there not moving for like 3 hours." That was impossible. It only seemed like 5 minutes. I reassured him that all was well, though I don't think he understood me because he kept asking me what I was talking about. And every time I tried to explain to him what was going on and how great it was, and he would just stare blankly at me in confusion, like I wasn't speaking English. Finally, I just gave him a reassuring thumbs up, to communicate what body language I could. "Alright then," he returned. "I'm gonna take a nap for a while. Let me know if you need anything." I told him okay and let him sleep in my bed while I finished my journey. But first, I thought, I need some water. I went into the kitchen to get a drink of water from a Long John Silver glass, a glass that I lost years ago and never saw since. But when I reached to get my Bretta out the fridge, the glass disappeared. Then when I looked back at the fridge, it wasn't the fridge at all. I was opening my medicine cabinet. This made me giggle so much that I almost pissed myself. Thank God I was already in the bathroom. After I took a piss, I went back into the den to lay on the couch for a while. To my surprise, I came into a full house. Many of my friends, it seems, invited themselves to a party at my house I didn't even know was going on. This didn't bother me though. I told one of my friends who was taking out my Mr. Bunglesea and replacing it with some good old November, my favourite band of all time, to make sure he remembered to lock the door after letting everyone in. Although I'm not sure if he was the one who let everyone in or not. A few hours went by and I was having some very deep conversations with many of my friends about random theories and philosophies. At one point I went into the kitchen to get some Doritos of the salsa verde variety to share with my friends who I assumed deserved a good treat. However, when I got back, everyone was gone, and my Mr. Bungle CD was still playing. Then a woman walked from my bedroom, a woman I had never seen before. I remember her like I remember my own name. She was so beautiful. Her hair was a vibrant dark red. Her deep green eyes were full of compassion and warmth. She looked at me like a daughter would look at her father after a long embrace. When she spoke, she didn't move her mouth. Rather, I would understand that she was communicating to me without using words. She was the spirit of my plant. She expressed gratitude for caring for her and helping her to grow all this time. In that moment, I felt like I was loved unconditionally. No matter how alone I felt, she would always love me. I was her father. She was my daughter. I don't remember much more of that night though, to be honest. I woke up the next day at about 11 PM. I drank the tea roughly around 4 PM the previous day. Tim was gone. I talked to him later on that day and told him what I had experienced, and in turn he asked me if he was still my daughter. Dumbfounded, I asked him what he was talking about. He told me that he came to check on me because I kept yelling something about how there is no such thing as rain, and I would keep running back and forth in the house with a bag of Doritos, which had been opened up from the bottom and all the chips fell out onto the floor and were infinitely trampled. Then he said when he came in the room, I looked at him and started to tear and kept mumbling something like, "My daughter, you're my daughter." This made me laugh so hard I almost pissed myself again. Oh yeah, I'd also written all over my walls with many coloured crayons, some kind of symbology that I had never seen before. Anyway, this was the first of many wonderful Datura experiences. I am glad I found a bond of love with this plant and her spirit. She has never betrayed me, nor I her. One time I was with her by myself and I almost walked out onto a busy interstate. If it weren't for some road construction guys there to save my neck, I could have been squashed. Always remember to take care and respect Mother Earth.
First of all, I'd like to let you all know that this is not a party drug. This is a very powerful, very poisonous plant. It's nothing at all like acid. And yes, it can kill you in a variety of ways. I had almost total amnesia after this experience. This report is compiled of things I have remembered over the past 3 years. Kessler and I have both been diagnosed as schizophrenic in the past year. Is it coincidence, or did the Datura have something to do with it? One night in early October of 2001, I was house-sitting at my friend Cassie's house in downtown Savannah. My friend Kessler was there house-sitting too. We were just sitting around, smoking and drinking a little bit. Cassie and her roommates were at a rave in South Carolina. Eventually, we fell asleep. The crew arrived home early the next morning. We were sitting around passing the bong around, talking and stuff. Cassie gave Kessler and I a small bag full of black seeds in a crimson liquid. I had no idea what they were. Neither did Kessler. Cassie explained to us that it was Jimson weed. I still had no idea. Neither of us had ever heard of it. I was a stupid kid, so I didn't even research it. Cassie told me that it was enough to make about 5 people trip nuts. Now, Kessler and I were psychonauts, so we thought her definition of tripping nuts was probably a bit different from ours. So we just divided the seeds in half and ate them. I'd say we each had about 70 fat, juicy seeds, and we each drank the liquid, whatever that was. I had done acid, ecstasy, AMT, a lot of other stuff before this point, but nothing could prepare me for the world that I was about to enter. I guess this would be a good place to explain something. The hallucinations from Datura stramonium are very strong. They are very bizarre, but seem natural. What I mean is, everything is very, very odd, but seems real. More real than reality, if that makes any sense to you. Kessler and I waited for about an hour or two, and still weren't feeling it. We went to my house and chilled out there for a while. We were starting to get very tired. We decided to go back to Cassie's house so we could stay up. We got there, and we were feeling very drunk by this time. Ultra sloshed, drunker than I've ever been, and I've been pretty drunk. I fell asleep on Cassie's couch. When I awoke, I was feeling even more drunk. I couldn't even stand up. My girlfriend at the time, Beth, drove me home. I don't remember, but she said that on my way home, I kept on taking the lighter out of the dash and trying to hit it like a pipe. When I arrived home, that's when it hit me really hard. I went into my bedroom and got online to check my email. Suddenly I saw a miniature version of myself walk out of my monitor. He sat down on my computer desk and started talking to me. We had a very deep conversation about life, love, and many other things. Then, he told me that I needed to go get some water. I went to the bathroom and filled a cup up with water and a bottle cap for my little friend. When I looked in the mirror, it wasn't me that I saw. It was a bloody mess. My face was mutilated beyond recognition. I started washing my face, but the more I washed, the bloodier it seemed to get. After about an hour, the blood just disappeared, and I was able to recognise myself once again. I went back to the room and my little friend was gone. I heard a knock at the front door as soon as I got back to my room. I went to see who it was, and when I opened the door, I was in for a surprise. I think that everyone I had ever known was there, even people I had forgotten all about. This makes me think that Datura has the power to unlock forgotten memories. I let the hundreds of people in and we all went to my room, which is strange, because I had a very small room, but everyone was there. I was talking to and catching up with everyone. People kept on disappearing and reappearing in random places in my room. People also kept dying, decaying, and eventually disappearing. I was worried, but soon forgot all about it. There was also this guy with a Chick-fil-A cup as a head. He would keep dying, decaying, and coming back to life. I tried to kick everyone out, but I couldn't seem to get the Chick-fil-A guy to leave. Every time I tried to pick up the bones, they would turn to sand. He would then be reborn from the sand. I was getting really pissed off and quite freaked out. My friend Superman appeared from somewhere and helped me out. He tried to pick up the bones and they turned to sand, so he pulled a broom out from somewhere and swept the guy out the front door. Superman came back to my room dragging a large cross. He talked to me as he proceeded to crucify himself. When he was completely hung up on the cross, he started to become very disfigured. He then exploded into ashes. I was horrified. What had happened to my friend? I gathered the ashes up in a dustpan and took them to the kitchen sink. I dumped the ashes into the sink and ran water onto them. A new Superman grew up right out of my sink. He thanked me for bringing him to life and hastily left. I decided to go for a walk. Saw my car in the parking lot and it was wrecked very badly. I was upset. I went over and tried to open the door, but the whole car melted at my touch. Then I leaned up against a tree and the tree melted. I figured out that I had the power to melt things by just touching them. Then I had the idea to touch myself. I did, and nothing happened. Got very lost, and it took me hours to realise I was just in the parking lot in front of my apartment. I wanted to go back inside, but I couldn't. I'd locked the door and already had melted my keys on accident. The power eventually went away, so I used my ID to try to break into my house. I couldn't do it. I walked away and found my keys back in their solid state. I used them and let myself in. But I soon noticed that my ID was missing. I'll explain close to the end. I went to take a shower, and when I got my clothes off, I noticed I had no sexual organs at all. I was freaked out, but I figured there was nothing I could do about this. I got in the shower and started to wash. When I got out of the shower and went back to my room, there was a 7-foot tall totem pole staring at me. The totem pole was my CD tower. We had a conversation, and then the strangest thing happened. Time started to slow down, slower and slower until it eventually stopped. Everything around me was suspended in time. My cat was frozen. My totem pole, who was talking to me just a minute ago, was now frozen in time with his mouth open in mid-sentence. This was very strange. Eventually, time came back. Remember, it all seemed very natural at the time. Beth had to come over to check on me. We were sitting there talking for hours, and as we talked I slowly began to come down. The phone rang and I went to pick it up. It was Beth. How was this possible? I looked over at the Beth on my bed and she began to fade into nothing, waving at me as she went. This was the last major hallucination that I had on the Datura. About my ID that had come up missing, I was so messed up on the Datura that I was trying to break into the wrong house. The next day, I got a knock at the door. It was the lady who lived in apartment 703. She told me that she had found my ID in her door. I wasn't even going to try to explain. The after effects of this stuff are wicked. I couldn't see anything clearly for about a week. I also felt strange for almost a month. It was like a month-long acid trip. I was having minor hallucinations for weeks.
The Consequence of Ignorance. A Datura Trip Report by Shiggity Schlade. Posted to earwid.org March 13, 2010. Before I begin the actual story of the trip, I'd like to give you, the reader, a look at what happened leading up to the time of ingestion. It won't take long, but it gives you a better understanding of how my entire personality had changed due to the ingestion of the drug. I was at my cousin's house with a friend. For now, we'll call my cousin Mark and the friend Mo. We showed up at Mark's house at about 9. I met Mo there and we ended up taking turns at playing SOCOM in the living room, ripping on each other for no apparent reason, and eating what was left of the food in the house. Me and Mo went into the bedroom, because there was cable in there and he wanted to ask me something in particular. He asked me if I wanted to get messed up. I was always down, but we had to walk somewhere to get them. We then walked out, rode our bikes down to Main Street, and picked a few seed pods of something we had no idea the origin of. We headed back to the house, and throwing caution to the wind, I took 2 pods full of seeds with a glass of water. Him being much smaller and never having any experience with any kind of drugs, I only took 1. Mo weighs only about 140 pounds. It only seemed right that he took a smaller dose than I. I then laid down on the bed and stared up at the spinning ceiling fan. From this point on, I'm going to tell you what I remember, and what witnesses told me had happened. About 20 minutes after ingestion, I started feeling strange. I felt good though. I thought it was similar to the effects of smoking marijuana, but it really wasn't. The only similarity between the two is all of the sudden I had bad cotton mouth. I got a glass of water and went outside to check if my uncle had any snuff in the truck. He did, and I put in a pinch of Copenhagen. At this point, I felt very odd. I was stumbling around and slurring my words, sweating more than usual for the current temperature. I couldn't handle the small chew I had, and started to gag because of the extreme lack of moisture in my mouth. I took it out, stumbled back into the house and grabbed another glass of water. Went back into the bedroom and lay down on the bed, watching the ceiling fan once again. All of a sudden, a hazy purple spot started appearing on the ceiling. I was intrigued by this, so I stayed and watched them for a while. Time after ingestion, roughly 1 hour. Mo entered the room and asked if it was okay to turn the lights off. I had my fill of the purple haze, so I agreed to the blackout. I closed my eyes and it was like a laser show. Images of random objects drifted in and out of sight, while circular designs danced in the background. From here on, what I remember will be in quotes, and what happened that I have no recollection of will be in stars. The following will be in chronological order to the best of my abilities. At this point, I was drenched in sweat, so I was inclined to take off my shirt. I then went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, and ended up completely undressing. I had no idea where Mo was, nor what he was doing. I was naked in the bathroom, and I started throwing punches. Hard punches. I was boxing anything in the bathroom that wasn't bolted down. According to Mark, my uncle was awoken by the noise and got up to check. All of a sudden, I was shirtless in the living room, sitting on the couch looking up at Mark and my parents. I was disoriented, not sure of where I was at all. All I did was what my parents asked me to, which was put on my shoes and shirt and get in the car. I got up to walk out the door. I was driven back to my house in the country. I'm not sure what words were exchanged between me, my mother and my father, but I doubt there were any at all. I came to on another couch, mine, looking up at my father, who didn't look particularly disappointed, but more amused at my odd and silly behaviour. I kept on having this sudden urge to get up, yet every time I attempted to, my father's stern voice chimed in saying, "Stay down, don't get up." I kept trying and he started to laugh as every time I got up, I'd sheepishly sit down. I felt like I was 9 years old, doing as I was told or I'd be sent to my room, or worse, the corner. After many attempts, I thought I'd go at it at a different angle. "I have to pee," I said. He looked at me with a warm smile and took my hand and helped me to the bathroom. I felt secure for some reason. I wasn't able to stand, so as I sat, my dad snickered in the doorway. I looked up at him again, wondering why I kept feeling younger and more helpless as the time passed. "I can't go. Stop laughing," I said. He then helped me up and put me back on the couch. I sat and strained my ears to hear the conversation that went on between him and my mother in the other room. I kept hearing horrifying words like die and hospital and overdose. It's important to note at this point that in the crazy religion my family is part of, we don't go to the doctors whatsoever. They believe in healing through prayer. So if there was talk of a hospital visit, something bad was happening. I remember my father coming back in from the kitchen and taking my hand. I blacked out once again. I was rushed to the neighbouring town's hospital. Most parents did the same, and we arrived at around the same time. I was rushed in and had an IV stuck in me. Well, they tried to stick me anyways. After the 5th attempt, the floor was spotted with blood, and had something being pumped through my veins. I was being extremely violent. At one point, I even punched the doctor in the face and broke his glasses. This is when they decided that it would be best for me and other people's safety if I was restrained. I was tied to a bed and force-fed charcoal. It was not an easy task, but after about an hour they had it done. I was given a new IV with some other kind of medical bullshit in it to calm me down. With my face, chest and neck covered in black coal residue, I finally found sleep. I came to with people surrounding me. It was a new day and peculiar things were happening. My grandmother, who does not smoke, was holding a lit cigarette. I had my sister lean down to ask her if she was smoking. She responded with a simple, "No, jackass, Grandma doesn't smoke." I looked around the room to see where I was and why I was tied down. A white board on the opposite wall read, "You're in the hospital, you're okay. It's the current date and no one is going to hurt you." The nurse apparently did this because during my blackouts, I was violent, quixotic and angry. I looked around the room for some familiar faces and found some. My whole family was there. While restrained, I was able to look under my blanket. I was fully naked and there was a tube coming out of my penis. I found this odd because I'd never been to a hospital and had no idea what a catheter even was. I looked up at my IV bag and it was an ear of corn. It started growing features and it soon became an ear of corn with a face. My father then asked what I was looking at, and I turned to address him confidently. "Cornhead," I said with a very serious look. I looked around the room at all the odd things happening around me. A money clip with a $10 bill in it was laying next to a small fish on the ceiling. I thought this was amazing, so I had to tell the nearest person about it. Once again, this was my sister. She looked up like the dumbass she is and said there was nothing there. I asked my mother if this sexy bondage was really necessary. She laughed and untied my hands. My feet were still restrained though at this point. All of a sudden, the room fell away around me, and I was once again back at Mark's house. I had a PS2 controller in my hand playing Soakum. 5 minutes of playing had passed, and the controller melted into a soft cotton material. I kept on apologising to Mark, saying, I'm so sorry, over and over again. I opened my eyes and I was back in the hospital. The controller was now a blanket, which I was clutching very tightly in my hands. I felt scared and vulnerable and began to weep. Everyone that was close to me came and bid their well wishes. They chatted with me, or tried to chat with the nonsense coming out of my mouth, and promptly left. I came to, and it was dusk. My sister approached me and gave me a hug, took my shoes off of me. She had to lift the blanket a bit to get them, and I thought she was going to expose my naked body to the few people still in the hospital room. No, don't look under there. They took my clothes and stuffed me in a dark tube, I said. She had a laugh and said she had to go, and did just that. It was dark again now. I drifted in and out of consciousness for the better part of an hour. My aunt was at my bedside and all of a sudden, large centipedes and bugs started coming out of her ears. I was distraught, so I turned my attention to anything but her. The bugs had now filled the room and were crawling over everything. I screamed for help and my mother came to comfort me. She embraced me and told me to close my eyes. I cried hard. Then I slept. I woke up a bit later. No more than half an hour had actually passed. And then something caught my eye. A naked woman outside my window, dancing. She was beautiful. I remember telling myself, as soon as my mum's asleep, I'm going out there and fucking the shit out of her regardless of this catheter. I passed out before she did, and now I realise it was obviously a hallucination. I awoke the next day to more well wishes. Then there was Boxy. Boxy was a gnome about the size of my thumb. He'd climbed down from the curtainer in my bed and posted up on my shoulder. He reminded me of the Travelocity gnome. I was captivated. I had the most excited look on my face as he smiled at me. Then he winked and mouthed, "Watch this," and then started to jump up and down on my shoulder. I was overjoyed and started chanting, "Jump, Boxy, jump," to the enjoyment of my current audience. I was out of it. Said things to my family that I'm not proud of. Told my grandmother to eat a dick. Told my aunt she needed to get fucked hard. And I called my other grandmother a whore. I then went out of it again. The walls melted away and I was in my room holding my guitar. I started playing and once again, it melted into a blanket. I was angry. I threw a fit. Kept repeating, "Fuck, fuck, what the fuck?" More well wishes came, more cards and more bullshit. I came to and it was night. I looked to the window and the woman was gone. In her place was a large man in a long trench coat and fedora. He looked at me and pulled out an old 50s Thompson. He began firing through the window and I lost it. I hysterically started crying, but again, my mother was there to comfort me. I fell asleep in her embrace. I awoke the next day and felt normal again. No hallucinations, no mad psychobabble, just normality. The nurse came in and deflated the balloon in my catheter and pulled it out, which hurt like a motherfucker. I was able to clothe myself, get up and walk to the bathroom and take a shit. I looked in the mirror and had black all over me. It was like I was the first one to pass out at a party and someone had found a Sharpie. I met Mo at the facility's shower and he looked like hell. He then told me all the bad things that he saw on his trip. At one point, he awoke to his room full of dead bodies, hanging on nooses from his ceiling. I felt bad for him. I felt bad for both of us. We had taken Datura, or Jimson weed, without researching it first, and paid dearly for it. I'd lost 3 days of my fall break and hours of my life that I have no recollection of. The reason I was in the hospital for so long is because my heart almost exploded because of how high its heart rate was. I hope that by writing this, that I've helped inform you in some way.
Took It in Jail. A Datura Trip Report by Spaz Melodic. I was in jail and lucky enough to be put on the litter clean-up crew. We would clean the side of the highway twice a week, which was always nice because we would find strange and unlikely things on the side of the road. Wallets, bags of pot, used condoms stuck to the guardrail shadowing the dirty highway we dangerously navigated to peel them away, grimacing as we placed them in little bags. Also, we often encountered unidentified bags of little pills, which we took regularly after retrieving them from our rectums. I assumed people had thrown drugs out the car window while being stalked by the highway patrol, and the wallets had been stolen and tossed aside the highway like the thousands of fast food cups we relieved the nasty landscape of. One of my jail buddies saw some neat flowers growing on the bank about 3 yards from the highway, and he cursed with joy and gave me an evil grin as he turned to me and said, "Stuff as many leaves as you can into your ass, dude." I complied. He insisted, and being a dominant figure in our little circle of jail buddies, I saw no other option. I crammed what must have been about 40 or more of the leaves into my rectum and bum crack. Bad move. On the van ride back to our lovely jail, I was talking to people who didn't seem to be there according to the other occupants of the caged van. I was quite high, yet high is a word that does this state of mind no justice in description. Later I discovered that the rectum is a great way to administer psychoactive substances into the brain. I mean, how was I to know this at the time? I was on psychiatric meds, Tegretol, SSRI antidepressants, Depakote, Seroquel. So the corrections officer paid no mind to me mumbling to invisible people. I exited the van in glistening chains while laughing hysterically at an old yet young-looking lady who was making faces at me and then vanishing in a haze that looked sort of like exploding red glitter. She had no face, really. I could never articulate what I saw. Sorry, but some things are possibly limited in description through human language. Maybe this is necessary to maintain what we believe to be reality, but that's a whole other story. What I can say is that she looked amazing, and like no other woman I had ever seen. So beautiful and feline in a way. That's not even close to how it was, but it's the best I can do. When we arrived to our cell pod, the culprit of my intoxication demanded I relinquish the contents of my rectum, as he boiled a pot of water with what was then known as a stinger. A stinger was a relatively safe electrical device used in jails at the time to heat ramen noodles and such. Once the pot was bubbling, he threw the leaves in. He had many more leaves than me. He was a larger man and apparently had some extra room in his anus. A career criminal such as he, who had spent time in state prison, I assumed, had a much larger rectum for suspicious and disturbing reasons. "Is that all you got?" he barked in his deep and domineering voice. "Well, we can still trip hard, so you straight," I quote. The idea of drinking something that has been inside someone's rectum is disgusting, I know, but we would do anything to mentally escape from the hell we were experiencing in jail. So we downed the lukewarm brew after he had boiled it for approximately 20 minutes. About 200 leaves in 30 ounces of water split between us were consumed in large, gut-wrenching gulps. Keep in mind that I was already high at the time. I have little recollection of what happened before a 10-hour nap after consuming the foul beverage. I remember people laughing at me, yet too scared to laugh at the man who had brewed the evil concoction. I apparently was yelling at invisible demons and whatnot when I awoke. Then I remember being tied down in the infirmary while discussing the events of my life with something present beside me. It was explaining the events of my life that had led me to the table I was strapped down to. The urine panel showed no illegal drugs in my system after 20 hours of consuming the tea. As I frothed at the mouth while speaking in tongues to invisible entities, the staff didn't know what to do because I was having trouble breathing.
"What did you take?"
They repeatedly asked in demonic tones while trying to console me. All of the people who I assume were actually there had my mother's face at one point, which was quite scary, yet morbidly comforting in a weird way. I took the world. That's what I took. I remember repeatedly replying to the question the infirmary nurses who had asked what I had taken. I had tripped many times and was already suffering from HPPD from LSD use, so I attributed most of the psychosis to that at the time. This buzz was nothing like LSD though. I was dreaming while awake, yet awake in a dream. Sorry, but that's the only way I can put it. I was so intoxicated that I was near death, so I was taken to a hospital. The doc found out immediately what I had ingested after a comprehensive blood panel. He administered things through my IV, which at the time I thought were extensions of my body, that I am certain saved my life. I never found out what was administered through the IV, but I assume it was an atropine blocking agent. I had already given in to death at that point. I was told by an entity of shifting faces and voices that all of my mistakes in life while in the infirmary and jail, so I gave in to the guilt and what seemed to be cold hands gripping my neck, and decided to die right there. I would have, I think, hadn't the staff of the jail rushed me to the hospital. Little did I know at the time that my brooding friend who had poisoned us both by forcing me to stuff my rectum with strange leaves from the vicious and beckoning plant was also in the hospital as well. He later described an experience to me which was so similar to mine that it was eerie. Almost as if the plant was mad at us and decided to give us both the same punishment. My later inquiry into the nature of this plant was truly horrifying. It seems that Datura behaves very similarly to many who take it. There is something very supernatural about that plant, and this cannot be disputed in my opinion. It made me very sick, yet also enlightened me in a sense. When I was released from my stay, I felt like a different person. It had truly made me reflect upon my mistakes, and I was ready to do everything possible to avoid making them again. That is the positive spin on this horrifying experience. In a controlled environment with people who have not retrieved the drug from their anus in jail, Datura can be quite wonderful, I later discovered. However, I do not suggest taking it in jail at all. The strangest thing happened months later after my experience. I was talking to a friend who regularly uses Datura. I mentioned a word and my friend uttered the same word at almost the exact same moment that I did. It is a word you will not find in any known lexicon. What could be considered a hapax? It was a word that was spoken to me several times by whatever entity was present during my trip. I doubt she believed me, but it shocked me that we said the same non-existent word practically simultaneously. Stoners do have a tendency to do that from time to time in my experience. We giggled and passed the joint as I tried to forget the strange linguistic phenomenon that had just occurred. The familiarity of experiences I have found in reports is quite astonishing. I was tied down and unable to run around naked, but I was feeling the same things that others have testified in describing their experiences. I was judged, prosecuted and sentenced to death by her. Thank God, Datura, that I was saved by a concerned jail staff. I cried, vomited, choked, spat on nurses who were not there and ultimately died to the world as I had known it. Approximately 200 leaves between two people is a bit much, that much I know. Datura is a strange and unkind being to people who stuff her into their rectums after disrespecting her by carelessly tearing her apart on the side of a highway where she peacefully waits. As I recall, the plant was very inconspicuous, and it is strange that my scary tattoo-covered friend knew what it was. The surrounding Datura plants on the bank of the highway were in different stages of growth. I'm glad he didn't find any prickly seed pods. That would have been a pretty painful smuggle job. If he had told me to smuggle the roots of the marvellous plant and subsequently boiled and forced me to ingest them, I probably wouldn't be typing this. Do not disrespect Lady Datura.
There was a horror film triple bill on at the cinema, and I thought I'd take some Datura to make things interesting. I had read something on Datura a while back saying how the user hallucinates and that these hallucinations seem real. I thought that if I took some, then some 3D hallucinations would complement the film and make for a great experience. So it was that I chewed up a handful of the seeds before going in to watch the film's scary movie. Anyway, I was disappointed. All that happened was that the damn seeds sent me to sleep about halfway through the film. I woke up towards the end and felt that I had wasted my time. However, when I went to get up, my balance went and I staggered down the steps of the cinema, wondering what the hell was going on. Feeling disoriented, I struggled to gain my balance and thought that maybe some food would do me good, so I headed towards a Burger King. I had trouble walking straight, and I remember one person saying as I passed, "He looks like he's on drugs," and that person's companion saying, "Yes, you can always tell." This did not fill me with confidence as I headed into the burger bar. I decided to order a large extra value meal and sat down with my tray of food. I did not feel hungry, but felt that I should eat to give my body the ability to cope with the effects of the seeds. My first mouthful was a real effort. My saliva had almost dried up. I managed one more mouthful, but on the third mouthful the food just lodged in my throat, and it took a huge mouthful of Coke to shift it. I noticed now that an old woman and her grandson who were sitting opposite had stopped eating and were now just watching me. I happened to look down at this point and saw that my hands were bright red. At this point the thought came to me that something weird and powerful was happening to me, and I should get the hell home as quick as possible. I quickly left and staggered through the crowded streets to the station for my train home. I remember thanking my lucky stars that the train was on the platform and due to depart in a couple of minutes. I sat down on the train and breathed a sigh of relief. The train departed. Unfortunately, sleep was overtaking me. En route to my stop, I drifted in and out of sleep. What was worse was that on waking I found myself muttering gibberish to myself. I quickly shut myself up. I saw that a couple of people on the crowded train looking at me, unresolved to stay awake, only to fall asleep again. One time I woke and the train was just pulling into my stop, and thanking my lucky stars again, I ran for the doors. Well, I made it the short walk back home. However, home was a nearly deserted old nurse's home, and not the most welcoming of places. As I walked up the corridor to the lift, I saw a man walking his dog. Then the man and dog walked into a wall and disappeared. This was one particular moment that I will remember till the day I die, but I didn't want to hang around. I just wanted to get to bed and sleep off the effect of the seeds. I did not make it to bed. Outside my room a group of beings greeted me. I quickly realised that although they looked similar to us, they were not human. One male had a round head and an absolutely huge smile that suggested a mouth containing about 100 teeth. Another male had a face that smoothly merged into his neck with no chin whatsoever. A female had some type of microchip eyes. These characters greeted me telepathically. They then escorted me up the corridor and pointed out a hieroglyphic drawn in some exposed plaster on the wall, and said that they had done that themselves. Around this time I remember looking at the hallway carpet as I stretched up the hall thinking, wow, what a huge long dress that lady was wearing. Everything gets kind of hazy from now on. Several details are clear however. Soon after I entered my room, two different beings presented themselves who communicated telepathically with each other. Some telepathic thoughts entered my head on occasions, the details of which I cannot unfortunately remember. I remember feeling extremely inferior and loudly stated that it was an unfair situation because I was having to rely on speech. I did telepathically communicate hello to one of them at one point. I got a look from both of them as if I had been making a rude gesture towards them, before more telepathic communication was sent to me a few seconds later. I remember feeling also that I should allow some hospitality to my guests, and went to the kitchen to fill a kettle to make some tea for them. I returned to my room, made 2 mugs of tea, and asked the being who was sat in my armchair if he would like a mug. This being just sat there and looked at me. I put the tea down and said that if he wanted it, then he should help himself to it. Shortly after, or maybe before, I was walking in the corridor when I saw more beings lurking in a dark, unlit section of corridor. I felt extremely uneasy about this and went to call on a friend who lived on the floor below. But just as I was approaching his door, I noticed more of these beings, and I turned back. I hammered on the door of another friend. She answered and asked, "What is it?" My mind then went blank, and I paused before blurting how the cleaner had emptied my cupboard of food. I don't remember her response, but she swiftly closed her door, leaving me in a state of panic. I decided to phone security. I said how there were a couple of intruders on the premises. The security man put me through to the police. I said that there were a couple of dodgy characters in the building who were near me now. However, just as I was saying this, I began to feel some warmth to the beings and began regretting my call. The policeman asked if they had made any direct threat to me, to which I replied that, well, no, they hadn't exactly. I then said that they probably had much more serious things to deal with and apologised. The policeman said a patrol car would come round anyway. I put the phone down and winced. I really didn't want the police to interfere and possibly endanger my new friends, as I had suddenly come to regard them. After a few minutes I made my way to the front lounge where the TV was on. I'd now realised it was very late, in the middle of the night. There were two more beings in the lounge watching TV. I peeked through the curtains and saw to my relief a patrol car pulling away. I turned back to the room and saw that the beings had stopped watching TV and were looking at me. I was now feeling thirsty and drank from the tap in the kitchenette bit at the edge of the lounge. I tried to engage these beings in conversation, but they ignored me and just watched TV. I sat down and joined them. They communicated with each other, but ignored me. Occasionally, one or the other would vanish. I would turn to find one of them gone and seconds later reappear. By now, nothing was surprising me. Meanwhile, the last programme of the night had finished, and there was just a text information service on the TV screen, as is normal for 4:30 in the morning. I joked to one of the beings whether he was a fan of the Night Scream information programme. No response. I went back to my bedroom. The two beings who had been there originally were still there. They were now vanishing and reappearing. As time went on, they began to vanish for longer and longer periods, and I knew that they would leave for good soon. After a while, there was only one left, and he looked a bit sickly or tired. I felt a bit helpless that there was nothing I could do to help, and eventually, he had disappeared for good. Feeling myself left on my own finally, my thought was unsure of what exactly reality was. I did feel privileged to have had such an experience, and lucky that I had made it home. The friend whose door I hammered on told me later on that it had been 3:30 when I had knocked, 12 hours after swallowing the seeds. If there had been people around while I had been prowling the corridors, then who knows what might have happened. I also think that there may have been a lucid dream element somewhere. I have now started doing exercises to facilitate lucid dreams, and on one occasion, as I was falling asleep, my mind was throwing up hypnagogic images, and up popped one of the beings, one of the types with no chin. Well, I shot awake in bed with a start, and it took me a while to settle again. However, I suppose that if I manage to regularly repeat this, then it will be less of a surprise and I may engage consciously with this being sometime. I would definitely recommend Datura to those broad-minded enough to cope with the otherworldly happenings. Was I flirting with schizophrenia, or was I engaging with extraterrestrial beings? Whatever. Certainly opened my mind, and I will be definitely taking it again once more, once I have got to grips with lucid dreaming. This is the intuition telling me what to do now.
An unholy matrimony of blood, fire and death. A Datura and cannabis trip report. Uploads era.org by Decipher, August 6th, 2009. The entree. 25 finely chewed seeds of Datura stramonium, aged to racemize the hyoscyamine to atropine and the scopolamine to atrazine. Each seed is roughly 7 to 8 milligrams, but alkaloid content of each seed varies too much to be consistent. 2 bowls of blueberry kush, cured to decarboxylate the THCA, and smoked approximately 2 hours after ingestion of the Datura. I eyed the small cluster of black, teardrop-shaped seeds in the palm of my hand, with a mixture of apprehension and usual pre-trip anxiety. They taste bitter, with a hint of an earthy bite. Not bad by any means, but the hard husks get stuck in my teeth. I chew well, and let the mass sit in my mouth for a few minutes to aid any sublingual absorption, and prepare to joyously delve into the bowels of torment and despair. The trip. Eyes closed, pitch blackness. A sense of evil, a seductively malevolent vibe. Apprehension as the gears of my perspective slowly creak into the lower planes. Streaking spirals of light, growing brighter and brighter, until suddenly they break through. People and landscapes in perfect clarity, as if I were watching for an invisible camera. A man turns towards his wife, before stabbing her violently in the back. He rips the peeling flesh from her body, as insects suddenly pour out. Cut. A pool of blood, undulating with red waves. Body parts falling in, silently splashing. There was no sound whatsoever to these visions. Cut. A wolf, black eyes, digging into an unidentifiable corpse. Strings of meat are dangling between its teeth. Cut. Many scenes of erotica, usually ending in a gory climax. My skull is but a padded cell, the walls of which my inner demons bounce off. Themes of sadomasochism, violence punctuated by guilty pleasure. I hear sounds of sheer chaos, screams, thumps, dragging noises, someone calling my name louder and louder. A gentle hiss and a bump. Cut. Spiders. Lots and lots of spiders, pouring through the cracks of reality, as if punching through this thin veil of ordinary life. I feel things gently running over my body. I don't open my eyes. Cut. Swinging bodies on nooses, burning, fire, blood dripping as maggots squirm into the quivering flesh. I'm carrying on a conversation with something, but I do not know what. My mind echoes with distorted fragments of meaning, snippets of grand truths ripped from this primeval chaos. Lots of blood, death, churning corpses being flayed, rotating scenes of razor-sharp blades dissecting through my mind. I contemplate the nature of fear in all of its manifestations. Here, there is true, unmitigated terror. A woman reaches back and rips the top part of her skull off. A horde of black moths flies out. I hear the whispering voices of angels. Cut. I lift my eyelids and stare into the darkness of my room to find relief from the torrential deluge of demonic imagery. My wall is covered with crawling black things. Posters in my pull-up bar, dimly seen in the non-existent light, are bending at absurd angles and then popping back to their rightful shape. Swarms of gnats have infested my room, making the darkness heavier with their presence. The wall shudders as its cracks begin to disgorge countless more denizens of the shadows. I have welcomed in the eldritch beasties of the night, and am here to pay them homage. I close my eyes again, and sink further into the welcome depths of hell itself. The aftermath. From the intense effects that I was experiencing, including open-eyed visuals, auditory hallucinations, and a quite intense mental trip, I expected that I had ingested too much of the tropane alkaloids, and that I would undergo the typical 3-day delirium that comes with an overdose. However, I woke up the next morning feeling nothing but refreshed and revived, with great exhilaration. There was also no anticholinergic loss of cognitive faculties during the experience, which I usually feel under high doses of diphenhydramine and the like. My best guess is that marijuana synergizes wonderfully with the Datura plant. In India, the combination of smoking Datura metal with cannabis is supposed to unify Shiva, the male spirit, with Shakti, the female spirit, and that this combination allowed me to experience a form of divinatory visions and open-eyed deliria without being overly toxic or long-lasting. I wouldn't recommend this combination to anyone, without first starting at low doses of 1 or 2 seeds, and working your way up gradually with much time in between the doses. Datura is known to stress the cardiovascular system, and the combination with marijuana can put a great toll on the heart. Combine carefully, and with low amounts. Silent meditation in the dark is good for best results, but I've also been able to use stramonium before sleep for lucid dreaming purposes. Typically, the trips manifest with an air of seductive evil, bloodshed and death to them, things that I greatly enjoy as an alternative to the cliched puppies and flowers atmosphere of most traditional psychedelics. Tread the tropane waters carefully. Here there be demons.
Totally bugged out. A Datura trip report by Deuce, posted to earwid.org October 21st, 2002. Just recently, I've discovered that the hundreds of plants growing uncontrollably on my family's farm are that of Datura. For years I've been overlooking the plant as if it were any other, until a horse of ours got sick from ingesting quite a few leaves. The vet came out to check on him, and informed me that the plant, aka Jimson weed, was poisonous if ingested by animals, but had a quite pleasant high if ingested or smoked by people. For a little over a year, I ignored this information entirely, along with the plant itself, until one day I was riding home from school with a friend, and we somehow began talking about the shortage of marijuana we'd been having, and the Jimson weed growing around my house was brought up. Really enthusiastically, she told me a friend of hers ate a few of the same seeds and tripped for over 12 hours. I almost laughed, but I told her I would check it out, and sure enough, the seeds were identical to Datura stramonium. For nearly a week, I researched Datura and learned more than I thought possible about it. I thought it was a little much for what I'm used to, because I've never gotten stronger than marijuana or ecstasy, but I decided it was an experience that I was ready for. And unfortunately, I was very wrong. At around 9:30 on a Thursday night, I chewed and swallowed a teaspoon of the very bitter, black, mature seeds, and washed them down with Gatorade. I chose Gatorade because of the intense dehydration that I'd read about. I had a sitter for this experience. We can call her Tori, which is needed while on this stuff, I will say. Around 10:45, my mouth became so dry that it was sickening and impossible to talk. I began to talk what sounded perfectly normal in my head, but utter gibberish to my ears and to Tori. It would have been very frustrating if I'd needed to say something important, but since I didn't, Tori and I found it entertaining. I got the dilated pupils and the constant using the bathroom thing, but besides that, it was nothing too intense. About an hour later, Tori and I decided to crash, which was fine with me because my throat was so dry that it was no fun talking whatsoever. I'm not sure what time I woke up, but it must have been around 10 AM because Tori had to be at work by 12. I was tripping hard, but nothing seemed too unnormal to me. Random people watching me go to the bathroom, Tori disappearing in the middle of our conversation, and spending hours in front of the mirror talking to my new friend, which turned out to be my reflection. As weird as this sounds, it was all seeming very normal to me at the time, Every once in a while, I would snap back to myself and realise I was tripping. I'd kind of laugh or shake my head at myself, only to find me doing it all over again a few minutes later. At one point, me and my sister, who knew nothing about me taking the seeds, was making my bed, and I kept telling Tori to get up so we could finish. But she'd just stare at me, even though I asked her more than once. My sister kept asking, "Who are you talking to?" "Tori," I would answer, and point to the corner of my bed where she was lying down. A little shocked and kind of scared, my sister said, "Tori left 20 minutes ago." And not believing her, I frantically began throwing back my bed covers, expecting to find her and prove that she was, after all, in my bed. I kept putting things down that disappeared constantly. I'd walk around the house talking to every inanimate object that would talk back to me. None of this was too strange. It was until I looked in my closet. Me and a couple people I had never met before, obviously hallucinations, were going through my closet to pick out an outfit to wear to school, even though I wasn't supposed to be going to school for a few more days. I got kind of lonely after they disappeared, but kept looking for an outfit anyways. Suddenly, I spotted a shirt of mine with a few little white bugs on it. I panicked and my mind raced. What if these bugs are on me? I mean, I wear these shirts on the regular. It was after this that I instantly became paranoid. I looked on my arm and saw bugs digging underneath and crawling under my skin. I ran out of my room to find my mum, screaming to her about the bugs on my body. Of course, she said she saw nothing, but I just figured she was trying to comfort me. I continued clawing at the bugs, but they were too fast and strong for me to stop. My mum's first reaction from seeing me like this was that I was going through a bad acid trip. But from the seriousness and paranoia in my voice, she started taking me seriously. She then immediately called every doctor to see if any of them could take an emergency visit. She then drove me over to the first one available. FYI, because of this, I now have lost a great deal of respect for doctors. The doctor immediately looked at me and decided I was having an unexplained allergic reaction to who knows what. By now, though, I'm red all over and bleeding in areas where I tried to get these bugs. She figures the redness is my skin breaking out and not inflicted by my own self. I now have to apply this cream over my entire body and continue to take 1,000,000 antibiotics for something I don't even have, and only I know I never really had. So whoever decides they want an unforgettable experience, please be careful. Being scared beyond belief is no fun. And let me add that nothing about the entire trip was the least bit fun or pleasant. It was weird and confusing and 100% out of control. The pupil dilation left me totally letterblind for a week. The dry mouth left my throat hurting for an entire week. And not to mention, a mild depression about myself that continued after it. If you're looking for a good high for the night, please skip Datura. "3 days of insanity on Datura Stramonium." Posted to the Shroomery forums 14 years and 2 months ago. Alright, this is my first trip report I've ever done, so I'm going to tell you about my weirdest and probably dumbest trip ever. And by dumb, I mean I was younger and way stupider, and I did this without doing any research into what Datura even was. Now I'm a bit smarter, and will never in hell eat this stuff again. It really is called the devil's weed for a reason. A bit of background on myself. I've always been fascinated with nature and natural psychoactives, and at the time of this trip, I was in grade 10. I smoked weed every day, as often as 3 to 4 times a day. I was about 5'8", weighing about 120 pounds. I was pretty average for my school, and at this point in my life, I had no experience of hallucinogens, only weed. My high school has always been very well known around my area for cannabis. I live outside Toronto, Ontario, in a small town, and my school has a reputation for having a lot of weed. Ask a Stonian in Toronto, and the town they think of first is probably my town. Anyways, I started hearing things at my school about this plant growing in people's gardens, and if you mixed its dried leaves into joints, you got way, way higher. Next, I heard people were eating its seeds and actually hallucinating. So, of course, I had to try this shit out. I talked my friend C into giving me a location of one plant, and at lunch, me and 3 friends, B, D and T, snuck over and filled out bags with the spiky Datura seed pods. Before I went home to try them, I asked B how much I should take, trusting his experience with drugs, and he suggested 30 to 50 seeds to start, and work my way up from there, which was probably good advice. That night, I ate them. Bear in mind, I was a big pothead, and maybe a little naturally stupid, and I had no clue that you had to wait longer for orally ingested drugs to kick in. At 10 PM, I started with 50 seeds. I chewed them up good and swallowed them. I waited around 15 minutes, I know, dumb, and figured they weren't working on me. At 10:15 PM, I ate another 50 seeds, chewed them, and swallowed them. At 10:45, there was still no effects. I know, I'll just eat another 50 seeds, I thought. At 11 PM, I now have 150 seeds in me. It's been 1 hour since I ate the first 50 seeds, and still no effects yet, so I figured this stuff might just be crap. These stupid lies at my school must have just been trying to get my attention, so I decided to smoke some weed and get to sleep. I figured I'd wasted my time. It was halfway through the night that I wake up and my hand is on my face. For some reason, the first thing to come to my mind is that I have a scorpion. I don't move. I don't want to get stung. Then I swipe off my face and realised that it was my hand. This whole thing didn't even strike me as unusual, and I just returned back to sleep. 7:30 AM, Tuesday morning. I wake up for school, but something is definitely not right here. My room is kind of moving in a way it didn't before, and my coordination is all wrong. I stumble over to my door and the laundry room to get dressed, when I think I see my dad standing there watching me. I've never quite got along with my dad, as he doesn't like my affinity for psychedelics. He just stands there staring. I ask him what is wrong with you. I'm trying to get dressed here. Wait, where did he go? I go downstairs and I start eating breakfast. I find that my dad left for work 2 hours earlier. I'm confused, but then it suddenly dawns on me. Maybe this Datura stuff isn't bullshit after all. I then went to school and really started my nightmare trip. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad in the right environment, but high school was definitely not the time or place for this particular trip. I talked to my friend C, who decides that he should tell me how long it lasts. Yeah, dude, this stuff lasts for 3 days at least. What the fuck? He tells me to have a good trip, good luck, and then leaves for class. Fuck me. Now I'm worried. The rest is fragments of my memory, but I will share the ones I remember here as I remember them. On day 1, things went reasonably well. Nobody seemed too suspicious, other than Dee and other friends who were telling me my pupils were massive. I remember hearing the odd voice in my head, some paranoia and crazy shit like that, as well as a wicked bad cottonmouth. Day 1 went relatively well. Not too many big hallucinations that I remember, mostly these tracer type things I think. At this point, none of my stoner friends, B, D and T, had actually eaten any seeds. Things are trippy, but not really in a bad way, and not like any drug I've done since then. So on day 2, this is when shit hits the fan. I had constant cottonmouth and voices in my head. There were objects that shouldn't move and sometimes seemed to be doing so. But it wasn't in a cool way anymore. My girlfriend read up on Datura and was worried about me. I'm trying hard to maintain my sanity during classes, which is getting tough now. I never noticed how much my science teacher looks like an orangutan, and I almost laugh in her face. Then I remember talking to my history teacher, and my foot starts to melt into the floor for a second. She must have noticed this, because she asked if I'm feeling okay, and looked into my eyes suspiciously. My eyes are like these huge black holes at this point. I'm constantly thirsty, dizzy, and have this pounding headache. My friends all want to eat some, despite all my warnings. But who gives a shit right now? I'm just focused on appearing sober, and doing a shitty job at it, to tell you the truth. That night I go home and sit on the couch. I just stare for a while. Not at the TV. In fact, I don't even think it even occurred to me. I was just staring into space. I remember feeling like my brain was full of static. It was then that my mum comes home and asks if I'm okay. For some reason, I comment on how foggy it is outside. She tells me that there is no fog, and that it's sunny. I decided this was a good time to take a walk down to where I work down the street. I was going to ask my boss for some time off the next week for this camping trip. Now here comes the craziest hallucination I think I've ever had. Since this, I have tripped on mushrooms once, MDMA 3 times, mescaline 5, LSA 15 plus times, and salvia a dozen of times. As well as a pretty large bunch of other things that I don't really want to get into now. But I still think this was one of my weirdest hallucinations to date. Excluding salvia, nothing gets weirder than that. So I was walking down my street, and I walked past a mini mall. I looked to the left at my reflection in a dark window, and thought that I saw me walking holding hand with my girlfriend. The weird part was that I was so screwed up at this point, it didn't even click in that she wasn't actually there. Then I looked back a second later, and I was now holding hands with myself. This clicked in as not right, and it scared the fucking piss out of me, to be honest. I looked to my right, and sure enough, I was alone. I'm not exaggerating though, that was the realest hallucination I've experienced. I cannot remember if I kept walking or just went home. By day 3, things are getting nightmarish. I'm really looking forward to the end of this bullshit. Voices are coming and going more frequently than ever now, as well as trails and objects, and I'm starting to get pretty anxious and paranoid. I remember having a lot of trouble communicating with people, and even at one point, seriously considering that Datura had made it possible for me to read people's minds. It was then that I was getting ridiculously delirious. Now, I'm not sure if this was a hallucination or not, but there was one moment in day 3 where I was seriously convinced that I might die. I was sitting in history class writing a test, which I failed obviously, when suddenly I felt this massive pain in my chest. The pain was indeed real, but my brain may have made it seem worse at the time. This pain spread quickly to my left arm and back, and I was sure I was having a heart attack of some description. I freaked the fuck out and started sweating. Luckily, I sat in the back of the class, and somehow got through this whole ordeal without anyone noticing. I remember starting to get up to try and get some help, but the pain was so unbearable, I just had to stay sitting and squeeze my eyes shut. It was then that a couple minutes later, it was gone as quickly as it came. It was later on in that same class that we had a surprise fire alarm, where I met my friend D outside, who was also now on Datura. He had no clue what was happening, and thought it was time to go home. I tried telling him we still had school, but he thought I was just lying to him. There was some more shit that went down, but this trip report is long enough already. I would seriously not recommend this. It totally sucked for the most part. It put 3 people in my school in emergency in less than a week, one of whom was in a coma, but thankfully recovered in the end. I'm just lucky that I wasn't one of them. Poison tea. A Datura trip report. Posted by Metal to Irwood.org, May 29th, 2002. In my quest for self, for centeredness, I have made a few wrong turns, a few blunders along the way, but none were quite as serious as this one. Datura. Angel's Trumpet. This was my selection for consciousness expansion one day. Several leaves were placed in a pot. They were boiled in a small quantity of water. The tea was nutty and earthy, as described in other accounts I had read in my research beforehand. About 15 minutes after my 4-ounce cup of tea, my memory stops. I came to the next day in intensive care. I was strapped down to the bed, still hallucinating. 10 to 15 minutes after drinking the tea, my speech became slurred and I was unable to walk. I sat down on my friend's bed. I leaned against the wall, and everything from here on is what I've been told, as I have absolutely no recollection of the events. I sat there, my condition slowly degrading, fading in and out of consciousness. The more attentive of the 2 friends in the room checked my heart rate and breathing often, to make sure I was okay. I muttered a lot of things that didn't make any sense. I smoked many an imaginary cigarette and scratched madly at my skin. I eventually slipped under and didn't wake up. My temperature steadily rises, and then D and T decide to call my roommate, who then calls my father. After this, I'm driven to an emergency room, and somewhere along the way, I regained consciousness. I continued to smoke my imaginary cigarette, and I muttered to myself. I had this cold stare, and I would look through people without recognizing them. At the hospital, I became violent. I assumed that this is because they were attempting to put an IV in my arm, or something equally unpleasant, and I, in my hallucinating state, didn't take kindly to it. After taking several clumsy swings at the doctor, My father punched me in the forehead hard enough to knock me back onto the bed, where I was quickly strapped down. Shortly after this, I went into respiratory arrest. My clothes were cut off me to facilitate the nurses. My memory starting up again does not coincide with waking up. I simply start remembering what was. I was fighting with all my strength against my bonds. The nurse would ask me to stop, and I would comply, but then forget and resume my struggle. I saw ants crawling all over the far wall, and wouldn't believe the nurse when she told me there was nothing there. I begged for her to untie me so I could go look for myself, but she wouldn't. The ceiling rippled whenever I looked at it. Spots on the wall grew legs and walked around as huge spiders. I caught myself talking to people who were neither in the room nor the state itself several times. And there were moments of total lucidity sandwiched between these hallucinations. I had an IV in my arm, a tube in my nose, a catheter, which was none too comfortable, and band-aids all over from various injections. After a couple of days and several psychiatrists later, I was permitted to go home. My eyes, they're still dilated. My chest, it hurts from fighting these straps, the straps that have secured me. I'm riddled with needle holes and completely lacking physical strength. I'm left with the same nagging questions about life, as well as thousands of dollars in hospital bills, and now most of my family and friends think that I'm completely out of my mind for drinking this poisonous tea. I had intentionally consumed very little, going by a guide another user of Datura had posted, but apparently my own biochemistry differs from his own. Death was not the object of the game, and if it isn't what you're after, stay far, far away from the devil's trumpet. Oh, rats. It's deceiving. A Datura trip report by the Pie-Eyed Piper, posted to earwid.org September 1st, 2006. September 10th, 2005. Datura inoxia. 2 pods each, freshly picked. Each pod containing over 200 seeds. My boyfriend, £170, and I, £145, ate them in the early evening, and got really tired when it set in. Both fell asleep for a couple hours. I woke to find him looking under the baseboard heater with a mag light. He'd found a bunch of pills under there, but some of them weren't real, because they dematerialised when you picked them up. He also told me that our pet rat Baldwin, God bless your little tail, wherever you are, had found some other rats, but some of them looked sick, so I had to put them in the cage to keep them from contaminating anybody. Baldy was a free-range hairless rat. I looked, and sure enough, I saw 2 or 3 rats and a little black mouse in the cage. Then I noticed 2 more sleeping by the alarm clock. There were more burrowing through the laundry hamper, making the whole thing squirm around like crazy. Now, one of the important things to remember about any kind of Jimson weed is that a lot of the time that I'm high, I don't even know that I'm totally insane. It's like I forgot I took anything, and it seems perfectly natural for the world to suddenly appear like it does. Well, we came down a bit, and discerned that the sick rats were a paper towel, as well as a sock, some newspaper, etc., and we had a good laugh about it. September 11th, 2005. In this hallucinogenic garden of our eccentric neighbour also grew Datura stramonium. Unlike the beautiful inoxia, it had no semen-scented, no kidding, white trumpets, and instead of the smooth leaves and less spiky pods, the plants were scraggly with worm-eaten pointy leaves, dark, flowerless, and the pods wore armour like so many hypodermic needles. I had to wear a glove to twist them off and scoop out the seeds. It looked pretty evil for a plant, and the seeds were more abundant per pod, smaller and darker, and tasted like battery acid as we chomped down at least 700 seeds apiece at about 8 AM. That, as you'll soon note, is far too much. Both C and I are very experienced with tripping. I started with acid and mushrooms at 13 and loved it. Then I went on to love peyote, mescaline, DXM, AMT, DMT, all the way to toad skins and Brazilian tree bark. Nothing could have prepared us for this one though. Again, we fell asleep, and once again, I woke second. This time C was talking on the phone to his mum on a screwdriver in the middle of the kitchen floor, surrounded by the inner workings of the coffee pot, trying to inject a spoonful of tobacco and smoking a butter knife, begging his mum on the screwdriver and I for a glass of water. Datura lets us confuse one object of even slightly similar size, shape, weight or personality with another object, often with strange results. I noticed the rats were back and mentioned it to C. He said yes. They'd come home about an hour ago and were seemingly in worse health than even before. In the cage was a rather gruesome sight. A white big shaved mother rat had been hit by a car or something and was all ripped apart on the back half, with a spine hanging out. In reality though, this was the hole in the sock one puts the foot in. I could tell by her laboured breathing that she was in agony. I did all I could do to hold back the tears while I begged C to put it out of its misery, as she gave birth to litter after litter of rotting, stillborn pinkies. This brought the maggots and flies, even some huge spiders. All those cliché tripping stories were coming true, but by then, we had no idea we were schizo, and forgotten that we had even taken anything. That Jimson weed could convince 2 adults of non-existent rats not once, but twice in 24 hours. We didn't know how, since we always kept the place tidy. That we ended up with such a pest problem was quite a bizarre thing. It was hard to keep track of how many people were in the apartment as well. Most of them I didn't even know. We agreed that the 2 smelly fishermen who had just left would not be allowed back in. I told the fan not to answer the door, and she said she'd give me a shot of dope, since there was all this coke piled sky high on the table, and I just couldn't get my dealer to listen to me to give me anything, or to pay attention to me when he was so small. He was so uncooperative that the more and louder I yelled at him, the smaller and more deformed he became, until I finally realised that he was a potato in the palm of my hand. The potatoes had pushed off the table by all the coke, and this immense jet-black hulk of a man weighing it out in featherweights. Nah, not potatoes. How could someone be so cruel as to cut off a rat's tail and arms and legs like that? I guess they weren't all dying though, because they were all still breathing and moving, and had many scars but no open wounds or blood. The old man and old woman in our bed were dying though. The woman had a bottle of Oxyfast. I told her I needed some as was dope sick, but she said I'd get no sympathy from her, even after all I was doing for them. She and her husband were so sick and dying I felt bad, and I let them boss me around in my own house so rudely, making me brush the teeth for them, cook and bring them soup made of datura seeds and lotion, ice water and cold compresses. I ended up shaving her legs with one piece of the inside of that Mr. Coffee that would never work again. The piece itself looked something like a razor. As I said, that would be a common mistake on this stuff. The landlord must have found out about the vermin because by the looks of all the people taking cover in the trash cans outside, they were going to smoke us out. C was on probation at the time with less than a week left, so either the cops or the landlord or the fire department or someone, C said, was going to fumigate us in a second. He put a pair of jeans on, Then he put on another pair over those. I told him he had 2, and he took one off again. He said hurry, and I said I couldn't move. I lay on the floor a little beat up, a blackish eye and split brow and lip. C had wanted to get me out of me, wanted to know where I'd hidden myself. "What did you do with Elle? I know she's in there," or something to that effect. Obviously no hard feelings about this. He didn't remember it, and I barely can either, but I had marks for a week or so. I couldn't move because I most likely had a concussion, so I told him to go on without me. Save yourself. Save yourself from the cops and poor Baldwin the rat, the only real rat in the place, from the pest control army that was now advancing on us from the front of the house, running hoses under the doors. You see the hoses flapping around with the pressure of the gas inside, hissing like snakes and whispering jumbled warnings and laughing at us. C put Baldwin on his shoulder and, no shirt, no belt, no socks, jumped out the window and down the fire escape. That was the last time we ever saw our beloved pet. A moment of sad silence. More and more people kept coming to my house. They'd usually knock on the door and I'd open it, and once I did, I couldn't get rid of any of them, even when I said I had to leave to go look for C, because hallucinations are just so damn uncooperative. You can't even physically remove them from your living room when your hand goes right through them. It's nuts. There was this little Quasimodo-looking albino girl that I might have gone to school with in the hamper now, and she was getting eaten alive by the rats and maggots. I had to get ready and find a ride to the party. I met one girl, Jamie, who was homeless and on the road like I used to be. She also carried baby wipes in a satchel for when she couldn't get a shower, which she asked me for, and I felt bad refusing her, but I simply had to get everybody out so I could go find C. C, who took my morphine and supposedly went out to lunch with a bunch of girls and one of my ex-boyfriends from a long time ago, and would show up at the party and better not have given away my morphine by the time I got there. Jamie and I talked very closely for a while though, and found out we had a lot in common, even though she was dead, and I was just on a different plane of existence entirely. We could still smoke a joint together, and so we did in the bathroom. And she packed up her bag, gave me a straight-through hologram hug, and utterly disappeared. We lived next to a supermarket. I went over there to see if anyone in the parking lot had seen C with my morphine, or had any morphine for that matter. Boy, am I lucky I didn't get arrested. I found out the party was closer than I thought. It was to be held almost right behind my house down by the railroad tracks. They were using the supermarket parking lot for the overflow. It was full of low-flying bats, birds, and tiny dinosaur-like things, all white or albino. I talked to the ATM machine. The automatic teller automatically told me all kinds of nonsense. Back at home, waiting for C and my non-existent morphine, I could see them all setting up the tents and getting the stages ready for the party, for the big show. It was practically standing room only out there. People, I believe, of all shapes and sizes and styles of dress were present, even some top hats and monocles, bustles and hoop skirts, as well as crazy African stuff and stilts. I doubted the humanness of some entities, including some with more than one head, but never doubted their reality. I was starting to get upset now though. Not so much about the pills, but I was worried about C. It was getting dark now, and I walked away from the carloads and truckloads of people that were pointing at me, talking about me like, "Wow, what is that?" Now, it was just me and the ghost of Tommy Irving, someone I knew who had died just a couple months ago. I'd been asking questions from a telephone pole when he came up behind me and told me it wasn't going to talk back, but that I could talk to him if I wanted, like if I ever needed anyone to talk to about stuff. A little nicer than he usually was in real life. We walked and talked all the way down the street to the garden where we picked the pods. And then, almost 12 hours later, I then remembered that I took the Datura and that I'd been tripping this whole time. The road was flapping like a magic carpet. I could see animals and eyes and faces everywhere. Timmy said if we, as in me and C, We're both tripping on the nightshade on the same night but at different places. I should be able to find him eventually. So, I closed my eyes and called to him. We are very close, not only in our relationship, but as tripping partners as well. We've often had mass hallucinations or communicated without speaking, so I had no doubt it would work. And then, he appeared in the Jimsonweed garden, kind of fading in and out like TV with bad reception. It was hard to see him, and it took all my energy just to get through long enough for Timmy to disappear, and for C to look at me with grave seriousness and say, "Find out if I have bail, now." So I knew he was in jail. He'd got arrested for allegedly going in the Thai restaurant, asking to drink the fish tank water and eat the fish itself, and then continuing on to Turner Street, climbing into the back seat of an unlocked car, and sitting there talking to the headrest until the police showed up. While he was in there, he thought it was me and his mum in the car, driving us all to this party. In the end though, they dropped the charges after he said he'd accidentally eaten a poisonous plant and was just temporarily loony. I was crazy for about 2 to 3 days altogether, before all the posters finally stopped talking to each other and I could no longer see that design in the carpet or ceiling that was squirming around anymore. Altogether, this may sound like a bad trip, I wouldn't say it was entirely. It was too big of a dose and not the right setting, of course, and had the plants been more mature, we may well have kicked the bucket. I've tried it again twice more since anyways. The stramonium is stronger than the inoxia by far, though the inoxia gives a worse dry mouth and difficulty swallowing, unless I was just too high on the stramonium to notice anything. The visuals can tend to lean towards the gruesome and grotesque, but I think it's just a chemical, because I've heard the same from just about anyone that's ever done this stuff.
My Datura experience. A trip report by The Alchemist, posted to the DMT Nexus 20th of March, 2019. Before I delve into this experience, I want to say that I'm not condoning Datura use at all. It is a very, very powerful plant, and it has a bad rap, and well earned, because of its physical dangers, reported fatalities, and generally, the young do it to have a cheap and legal way to get high, and these actions bring harsh consequences. This plant requires utmost respect and preparation. I used it a few times in psychoactive doses, and let me tell you, it's not cool, it's not fun, and it is most certainly dangerous. I have microdoses of it with all my entheogens, but I do not know if I'll ever step foot in psychoactive doses ever again. This was what I can remember from my last experience, which lasted at least 16 hours. Remember, I am by no means recommending Datura. The dangerous trip is so real that you actually forget you're tripping. You get fully immersed in the experience, and you have to remind yourself that you ingested a plant and snap out of the lucidity every now and then. The best comparison is when you're in a dream and you don't know that you're dreaming, but when you do, you realise there is no waking up from it. I fasted for 24 hours before my trip. I had 2 trip sitters that took non-psychoactive doses of the Datura to be on my frequency. I meditated deeply all morning, seeking protection for myself and asking to manifest a guardian for my trip sitters. Make a note of this. We smudged the house, and we all proceeded to drink the tea I made. Each sitter had about 10% of the brew, and I drank 80%. Off of my memory, we used 9 flowers, but this was many years ago, and I cannot quite recall it in full detail. As my trip began, I was struck by an intense lethargy. I lay in my bed, stretched a little, and noticed that things were looking a bit distorted, although I didn't think into it too much. I decided to take a walk downstairs. I first went to walk into the lounge room, and where the door frame should have been was a naked, very freakishly thin lady smoking a cigarette with bluish skin. Her waist was approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, and she had a long, straight black hair down to her breasts. Her hair circled her head completely, covering her face. I stood there, looking at her in total awe. When I went to walk into the lounge, her hand holding the cigarette went towards the non-existent doorknob. Her hand then morphed into the doorknob, and she was holding the door shut and wouldn't let me in. She told me I could not pass. I had a conversation with her of sorts, but I don't remember it. When I looked around me, I realised these strange women were guarding every door in the house. I was still calm at this point, not freaking out. So I walked into the kitchen. The lady had let me pass. Now, here in the kitchen, I can never forget what I saw. There were 10 to 15 fairies flying around, about 10 centimeters in height, with beautiful wings, all different colours, leaving this fairy dust behind them as they moved. They appeared to be laughing, moving kitchen appliances around, opening cupboards, smashing plates, throwing things to each other, all around being very cheeky. This is incredible. I have to tell my housemate, I thought. He was one of my trip sitters. His room was down a hallway from the kitchen. As I walked down the hallway, I saw something black in the corner, so I went to inspect. As I approached, I heard sobbing. The black thing was actually a hunched over figure. The figure stood up and turned towards me. It was an elf-like creature with green skin, wearing black robes with a black witch's hat. I gathered she was an elven witch. She was in tears and said, "Help me." With my current mentality, I would engage with her, but being young and naive, I freaked out at the time and just ran to my housemate's room. I started shouting and frantically banging on the door, but I realised there was one of the doorframe ladies barring my entrance. I started arguing with her, pleading in a panic, and eventually she let me in. I threw the door open, but my housemate was not there. In his place was a gigantic black figure lumped on his bed. I quickly shut the door in shock. I looked out towards the kitchen, saw the pleading elf and the fairies, and very much freaked out. So, I opened the door once again. The figure stood up on the bed. It was some kind of gigantic hellhound. I shut the door again, looked towards the kitchen, freaked out, opened my housemate's door again. This time, the hound stepped down from the bed, opened its eyes, and they were a piercing blue and misty colour. It growled at me. I then remembered I asked to manifest a guardian to protect my housemate and his girlfriend, my trip sitters, and this thought calmed me down just a little. I decided to run down the hallway through the kitchen, where the lounge room was connected by the dining room, without any doors. When I walked into the lounge room, I was taken by a feeling of calmness. We had 2 single couches and 1 triple couch, all of which had floral designs. Sitting on the couches were 5, what I perceived as demons. They had pale skin, were bony, no hairs, no eyes, no nose, but huge mouths wide open full of razor-sharp teeth and a snake tongue, and these extremely long, thick and sharp fingernails that resembled claws. The demons were stuck to the couches, with a sort of glad wrap cling film covering their face and hands, the same floral design on the glad wrap as the couch, but transparent. I couldn't stop staring. I realised what I was looking at, skitzed out completely, and ran to the front door thinking maybe some fresh air will chill me out. Big mistake. Big mistake. When I opened the door, my street was gone. Outside was nothing but a mystical forest, full of the sounds of magical creatures. Instead of embracing it, I thought, no, this isn't happening, is it? I immediately closed the door, turned around and froze in fear. In front of me
was some form of strong entity, almost like a ruler of sorts. She made me buckle. She looked as if she had died, being hung, drowned, and set on fire all at the same time. She was really, really fucking scary, and I went to run up the stairs to get away from her, and halfway up I got this intense vertigo feeling, to which I fell to my knees and started frantically crawling. I turned my head to look behind me, and she was at the bottom of the stairs, staring directly at me. Unable to stand, I frantically started crawling up the stairs and felt her presence moving towards me. This is it. I'm doomed, aren't I thought. But as her presence came over me, I was filled with a bliss and peace that I cannot honestly put into words. It was lovely. I began to look into her and realise that she is the same entity that is encountered by others on Datura. Some even build a relationship with her. It's speculated that she represents Atropos, the Greek goddess of death, and after all, the tropane alkaloid atropine is named after her. I walked to the top of the stairs and looked in the big mirror we had. My reflection walked out of the mirror, walked into the bathroom, and I followed him. I can't remember what transgressed though. I went back to my room to lie down on my bed. I looked at the ceiling and saw that it was covered in hundreds of strange bugs making an intricate web. These web strands turned into many tiny stars. The stars grew in size and exploded into colourful fractals. I look over at my desk and see that my housemate and his girlfriend were there. I thought, phew, the trip really is wearing off now, and I started to converse with them. Then, I looked over at my wardrobe and thought that something doesn't quite feel right. Then, I look back at my housemate and see that he has vanished along with his girlfriend. And I then realised it had only been a few hours. This trip was only just beginning. All I remember from that point is getting naked and just scattered glimpses of the rest of the trip. I don't really remember much at all. My housemate in the end said he was with me the whole time, even though I couldn't see him. Apparently I was naked talking to beings that weren't there, talking to inanimate objects. I was talking in tongues, not English whatsoever, but it was as if I was speaking another language, not quite gibberish. I had blurry vision for at least a week after this event. If I ever decide to do a psychoactive dose of Datura again, I will be a lot more open and involved with the creatures and see what they really have to offer. But as you can see here, this is not recreational and should never be done in public, and at least requires one trip sitter. If you honestly dare to try it, then do it very responsibly, with preparation and proper respect for the plant. This really isn't for the faint of heart. It's not cool and it's not fun. It can land you in hospital or a psychiatric ward.
A tale of nudity, arrest, and insanity. A Datura trip report by Crystalline Sheen, posted to earwid.org September 24th, 2002. So, here's a life-changing experience for you all. I was just rereading the stories in the Datura Vault, and I decided that my experience would be one that folks would like to read. Let's go back a ways, to August 22nd, 1998. A date that will live in infamy for me. At the time, I had just finished my first year in college and had been working with relatives in Mississippi that summer to save money and go out to work as a roofer in New Mexico with a college buddy. My father thought I was wasting my time, dropping out of college to go and roam about the country. But to be honest, I was ready to get out of my home state of Louisiana and finally take to the road. The road led to Dallas, Texas, where my buddy we'll call him Lucifer, was staying with another friend, let's call her E, for a time. The plan was for me to leave Mississippi, go home to Louisiana, and storm out to Dallas. To be free from the clutches of home for the first time in my life. The day I left Louisiana for Texas, I felt a tremendous surge of freedom, almost orgasmic in its implications. I felt like I'd been released from a kind of prison, and was ready to hit Dallas and party for a week before heading on to New Mexico with my friend Lucifer. So here, the stage is set. I arrive in the sprawling metropolis and experience the debilitating effects of the worst heat wave in the city in years. Temps were up over 110 with the heat index. It was god-awfully hot. I make my way through the scramble to E's apartment. She shared this with her mother, who was a cool hippie type. And there, I reunited with my good friends. We chill, we get stoned, and catch up on each other's summer adventures up to that point. Eventually, we feel like going out. So, Lucifer, he goes off to visit a girlfriend, and E and I go to her boyfriend's apartment complex to go swimming in the pool. I put on my shorts and place my wallet and keys into my luggage, an action I was very glad I did later on, and we went off to take a nice cool dip. We arrive, I meet E's boyfriend for the first time, and we splash around for a while. As it starts to get dark, an impromptu party erupts around the pool. A keg gets brought out, and everyone proceeds to get really messed up, Texas style. The complex seemed to house many college-aged party kids, so there was just partiers coming out of the woodwork. All different kinds of folks, from ghetto gangsters to rave kids to cowboys crowded around, having a mellow time. But this benevolent vibe did not last for very long. A couple of people pull knives, and I hear someone say, "He's got a gun!" So everyone just immediately scatters. We all run into E's boyfriend's apartment to escape the carnage. Inside, everyone chills out, and soon the bong's going round and the beer is flowing again. I check out the motley collection of people around me. I didn't know a soul, but everyone seemed to be fairly cool and ready to seriously get down. I had no idea that one of the party attendees was about to unveil something for which there is no words, no explanations. Just a magic plant that takes you to the edge of death and pushes you right over. That's right, kids. Enter Jimson weed onto the stage. Now, I was familiar with Jimson weed, having read Carlos Castaneda's experiences with this plant ally, but I had no idea what actually awaited me. This guy pulls out a gallon-sized Ziploc baggie, about halfway filled with some kind of seed. This, everyone, is Jimson weed, and it'll make you trip for like 2 days, usually. I often charge $40 for a dose, indicating that a handful was a dose, but I'll dose anyone who wants it right now for free. Good God. When someone starts handing out drugs, I'm usually first in line. But the earlier violence outside, and the fact that I knew no one there, kept me from swallowing the seeds that the dealer had handed to me. I decided to wait for my friend Lucifer to return from his girl's house to see if he wanted to trip on this stuff as well. A couple of other fellows immediately swallowed the handfuls. In retrospect, after reading hundreds of trip reports on this substance, this guy's recommended dose was way too much. I don't even think calling this a heroic dose is doing it justice. I sit and watch to see what the seeds will do to these guys. Then, after about 10 minutes, I'm like, ugh, fuck it then, and down the seeds with a swig of beer. 5 minutes later, I know I'm fucked. One of the guys starts to stare at the wall, unblinking, unresponsive. His behaviour is weird because earlier he had been very lively, but now he was just catatonic. I mean, this guy was truly out of it. People started to get worried. When the guy suddenly comes to, he leaps up and dashes out the door. Later on, the guy said that he realised he was in for the trip of his life, so he just went to his apartment, locked himself inside, and spent the next 2 days destroying his place and locked into the worst form of insanity. The other guy stood up like the other dude, but started running into walls as hard as he could. Everyone tried to restrain him, but it was like he was on PCP or something. Oh, shit. I'm about to become very fucking deranged. It was a horrible feeling. And a few minutes later, I started to get the worst stomach cramps of my entire life. My body told me, "Oh, you've just poisoned yourself badly, and you might not make it, you know." I got very scared and ran into the bathroom where my stomach proceeded to turn itself inside out. I think this action probably saved my life. After I was finished, I had this feeling like I drank a couple of cases of beer, and my legs were so wobbly I could hardly walk. Every muscle in my body felt flabby and loose. I returned to the living room, where I felt concern from people. "Are you alright?" he was repeatedly asking me. I tried to tell her I wasn't, but my tongue would not work properly at all. At about this time, I started to feel like there were insects crawling around under my skin, an extremely uncomfortable sensation. It was so bad that I began to claw at my flesh in order to rip them out. The last thing I remembered was leaping up off the couch, running out the door, and then blackness. I don't know what happened. It was like being in a dream. Entities swirled around me. I had the vague sensation of being around people, but my memories of this time are kind of like recalling a hazy dream. Nothing was substantial. Finally, I woke up. It was morning and I was in an apartment, lying on the floor, curled up in a fetal position, naked. How had I arrived at this particular point in space and time? Well, it was all just a mystery to me. My eyes were as dry as a desert, and my contacts were sticking to my eyelids, making everything look really fuzzy. The odd thing was, it was like I had woken up into a dream. But I was aware that the dream was consensus reality, but a dream nonetheless. I felt incredibly happy though, and full of elation. Suddenly, I was aware of human presences entering the room. Intrigued, I studied them to become aware of their intent. One of the people seemed to be an average middle-aged man, but to my surprise, the other two were wearing uniforms and were armed. Why, it's the police, I thought. But why are they here? What is actually going on? The police came over to me and started asking me questions. I couldn't tell if they were real or not, but I jabbered my jaws in a manner resembling speech, and they seemed satisfied with my answers. One of the officers gets a bedsheet from somewhere, wraps it round me, toga style. I thought I'd changed into someone from ancient Greece, and couldn't figure out why my hands were being cuffed. Surely the Greeks need their hands free. I was led out into the bright sunshine when I realised just how thirsty and sensitive to light my eyes truly were. But to be honest, I was just having the greatest time getting arrested. It was like I was aware of this happening to me, but I was so far away. I was like, it's a dream. I'll wake up back in my bed in Louisiana in no time. So I went along with the officers to see where they would take me. Along the way, I tried to make jolly conversation from the back seat, realising that I'm being arrested. So, tell me gentlemen, what exactly am I being arrested for? They wouldn't respond. Oh well, I thought, and continued my conversation with the other people in the back seat with me. It was weird. I was talking to this guy in the back seat and he promptly disappeared, but I really wasn't disturbed by this. The cops continued to ply me with questions like, which day is this? Do you know what the year is? Do you know who the president is? And other such inanities. I answered all of them with gusto and personality because I wanted them to like me. So what drugs do you like to do then? In response to their question, I responded, well, I just got really drunk at the kegger last night, officer, and I just don't know what happened after that. Now that I look back on that, I'm glad I instinctively knew not to admit the fact that I was blasted on Jimson weed, thereby saving me 3 days in the psycho ward. We pull into the giant structure located in the heart of Dallas, which is the Dallas County Jail. I was led into the heart of processing, and I was convinced that I was in an airport for some reason, with all of the hubbub around me. My toga kept falling off, revealing my nakedness to hundreds of people, but I was so far out there, I didn't even notice until cops kept putting my sheet back on. After the volley of fingerprinting and paperwork, I was led into a single cell and given an orange jumpsuit to wear. Man, getting locked into a cell while mad on Jimson weed is really something to behold. I immediately realised my situation and got serious in a dissociated sort of way. It was the first time I had ever been in jail, but the emotional impact of this was lost on me, as I was totally oblivious to everything. It was like the feeling you get when you wake up out of a deep sleep. You know, that out of it feeling? It was like that, except about 100 times stronger. I tried to get my faculties in order, but I was just tripping so very hard still. I honestly couldn't do anything but wait. I think I was put in my cell about 8 in the morning, and stayed in there until about 10 o'clock at night. It was like I turned on my survival mode, and even ate the shitty prison food because I knew I needed to keep up my strength somehow. As the day wore on, I started to come back to reality, and I started to worry about exactly what I had done to get here. Had I killed somebody? Even attacked someone? I had no idea of the seriousness of the transgression that had landed me here, and no one would tell me anything. Finally, at long last, a jailer came and let me out, handcuffing me to a group of about 10 other people. Okay, people, it's time to go see the judge. Alright, I thought. Now I get to find out what I'd actually done. After arriving in the courtroom, the judge scrolled down the list, and finally, when she got to my name, I feared the worst. The charge. Disorderly conduct. Doesn't sound so serious, I thought. I was actually elated in a way. The next thing I know, I'm going through another set of corridors to stand in another line. The friendly jailer keeps us all there, joking about what we were all going to do when we got out. I bet you all go and get drunk, won't you? He grinned, looking at me. What the hell did you do? I don't know, but I got seriously wasted last night and got into some shit. Everyone laughed, as obviously I was on very powerful drugs and probably looked like shit. The jailer gives me some street clothes and shoes. I'd been wandering around the jail all day shoeless as well. And miraculously, after this, lets us go. I was elated, until I realised I had no money, and had no idea where I was, and was still tripping very fucking hard. In jail, I'd been surrounded by a lot of people, and I kept feeling like they were all still around me. I was at a loss of what to do, so I just set out walking. Spirits kept revolving around me, kind of like the way electrons surround an atom. As I walked, my trip seemed to grow in intensity. I recall myself just having great conversations with all of my friends, and then just realising, oh wait, they're not actually here. And then, I'd see another one of my friends walking beside me and renewing the conversation. I even remember seeing Lucifer, running up to him to tell him about my experience so far. Hey man, you should have actually kept me for those cops. Like, what the fuck were you even thinking, dude? And he'd just smile and disappear. Eventually, I found myself rapidly walking out of town in some weird area. The kind of place I'd normally be paranoid driving through at night sober, not to mention on foot, out of my head on Jimson weed. Amazingly though, I actually felt no fear, as the spirits surrounding me revealed themselves to be my guardian angels. They were spirits of my ancestors, and of people I had never met. I somehow knew they were going to help me survive this experience, and keep me from harm. I decided to walk back into the city, and a new problem manifested itself. As I stated previously, Dallas was in the middle of a heat wave, and I was desperately hot and thirsty. Earlier that summer, I had suffered heat exhaustion, and I felt my body slipping back into that state. My survival instinct kicked in, and I managed to keep myself hydrated by drinking out of water sprinklers and gutters. I knew if I didn't keep myself hydrated that I would die. I imagined that a lot of the thirst was directly caused by the Jimson weed. Man, that stuff just sucks it all out of you. I finally reached a point after walking around the city for several hours that my body needed rest, so I found a spot under an overpass with a spectacular view of the city. I went to sleep and woke up at dawn. Immediately upon waking, I resumed my walking. My delirium seemed to be increasing as the day progressed and the temperature climbed. It seemed like I just couldn't keep enough fluids in me, and I was slowly dying. Suddenly, I had a flash of memory. I remembered the name of the street that E's apartment was on. Encouraged by this recall, I asked everyone I ran into until I was pointed in the right direction. "Oh, it's about 6 miles that way," said some denizen of the city. Great, another 6 miles in this heat, along the side of one of the main expressways in the city. It was like the Bataan Death March to me. I knew that I was in a struggle for my life and there was no more water to be found. I knew I was getting very close, but the heat exhaustion just claimed me, and I knew my situation was finally getting to a critical point. I called on my guardian spirits to help me, but they were nowhere to be found. Out of the blue, I hear a cry. "Hey, come over here, I've got some water. You really don't look so good." I looked to where the voice was coming from, and I spied a city work crew. A black man was waving me over to the water cooler. At first, I thought these were imaginary people like all of the rest, but then took a swig of water and realised that the spirits had saved me once again. I looked at the man, and I realised that his spirit was one of the ones that had accompanied me since I'd gotten out of jail. He was like a redeeming angel. I gushed thanks to him, and asked him if I was close to the street I was looking for. "Yeah, it's right over there, about a couple of blocks up." Eureka! I was going to survive this after all. I staggered the rest of the way to the street, and then followed it to the apartment building where E lived. I went to a door, knocked, and Lucifer opens the door, and totally flips out on me. But we were very glad to see one another, as they all thought I was dead. I don't remember anything except falling out on the floor in a dead faint after this, aware that I had made it out of the most trying event of my whole life. The aftermath. It took me about 4 days to get back to normal. I had to use a cane to walk for about a week after, as my body had been smashed like I'd been in a motorcycle accident. Evidently, I had fallen repeatedly during my blackout phase. I pieced together what had happened to me with the help of people who had been at the party. It seems I had jumped out of the apartment, took off all my clothes, and spent the rest of the evening jumping in and out of the pool, accounting for all of the abrasions and lacerations suffered from banging into concrete repeatedly. What got the cops called, though, was that I started to go up to people's apartments, stark naked of course, and saying, "I am the Terminator," then laughing gleefully and just running away. So, I guess I didn't do anything too bad. The worst thing that came out of the entire ordeal was that E's boyfriend got kicked out of his apartment because of my behaviour. Turns out, the guy who had been with the cops when I came to was the apartment manager, and that my arrest was enough to get E's boyfriend and roommates kicked out for good. Pretty weak reasoning, but shit happens, I guess. Surprisingly, the boyfriend and roommates weren't really mad at me, saying, "It could have happened to any one of us, dude." I was decent and helped them move the shit out. All the while I was doing this, I had all of these people who lived in the complex making comments like, "Fucked up, weren't you?" and "Nice ass," and just shit sort of like that, I guess. Hey, I would have laughed at me too if I were them. Now, let me just say, I will never, ever do Jimson weed again. But in a twisted sort of sense, I'm glad for the experience. If any of you, for some godforsaken reason, decide to do this, be out somewhere far away from civilization with plenty of good trip sitters, and prepare to have one foot in the land of the dead and one in the land of the living for about 3 days. This experience changed me as much as my first acid trip did. But this plant will make you realise what death is all about. It was said that Jim Morrison, known for his seemingly superhuman ability to consume substances without any ill effect, was permanently changed by this weed, as was I. Be careful, everyone, and stay away from this stuff, because it truly is a trip into death. Love and light. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivec. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these cozy snug sleep earbuds from LikeMe really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only did these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code Vivec for 10% off your order, valid up until the 9th of December. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to Like Me for reaching out, I really appreciate it. Datura the Temptress. A Datura trip report by Abdul Rahman. Posted to earwid.org June 14th, 2000. For 4 months, I searched obsessively for Datura stramonium, Jimson weed. I'd looked at hundreds of pictures and read many articles on the elusive plant, but it wasn't until one day when I was coming home from work that it caught my eye. Something had been drawing my attention to a motel's jacuzzi each day as I passed by it, but I had no idea what it really was. One day, I figured out that I don't usually notice something so intensely, so I decided to look a little closer, and boy was I a happy camper. There she was, a huge juniper bush mounted like a shrine in front of a mound with at least 15 Datura plants. At the top stood the mother, like a beautiful woman. It really freaked me out. The plant had such a powerful presence to it. I had to go back, I thought. So I planned to go that night on my bicycle and hop the fence to grab a portion of the treasure. This was probably a bad thing to do, crossing a fence to steal Datura plants. But she found me and presented me with this temptation. Months passed and the seeds just sat in my desk until one day when I met this kid travelling through town. We spent the night talking and I just couldn't resist bringing up the subject of the Datura. He said that he had heard of it and had wanted to take it for a long time. His eagerness to test the plant made him seem a bit naive, but he insisted that he was ready. "Come on dude, let's do it. It'll turn out good and we'll learn a lot." We went to the kitchen and ground up 3/4 teaspoon of the seeds in the family coffee grinder for each of us. Then, we packed it into our knapsacks for the camping trip, which was planned for that night. We arrived at dusk and settled down. We lit a fire, prayed, and downed the poultice seeds without telling our friends. Stephen, the travelling kid, and I took a walk down the dirt road that ran through the centre of the field. We were extremely attentive to how the seeds were affecting us. I listened closely. What would happen next? A presence began to be felt about 100 yards down the road. We sat in the middle of the road and felt the world slipping from our control, ego. We gazed at the distant fire. The world had become so eerie. The voices and lives of our friends seemed another world away. I asked Stephen how it was coming. "I'm taking a crap," he said. Well, I guess I followed him. We were in this together, and I didn't want to leave him. So I sat with him for a few minutes and didn't even realise it, that I was becoming a little delirious. We walked back to the campsite and sat down on a log. Our mouths became so dry, we chugged at least 2 quarts of water each. To no resolve. We both lay down in concern. "Are you alright?" he whispered to me. We were both moaning and felt very scared, lonely and regretful. My brother left and went home. I wanted to leave with him so badly, but this was my choice and I said not a word and examined my life. I didn't want to die. I stumbled off to a ditch near the pasture so I could lie down. The world I once knew was disappearing. The stars multiplied. I felt like I was dying. I had to pee, but my legs felt jelly-like. I stumbled on some rocks and fell back down and began crying. I then pulled myself back to the campsite around 20 yards away, where the car was parked, and tried to crawl to it, but it was difficult to do so. I flopped my body against the car and tried to pee, but I could not. I was now in pain. I got back to my ditch and lay there and tried to pee lying down, but quickly gave up. An old Bob Dylan tune was echoed into the night sky from my car stereo. The song was very comforting. One too many mornings. I was startled when I noticed car lights reflecting on the trees around the pasture. I moved myself quickly to the car to turn off the music and uttered in fear that a car was coming. The guys were expecting some folks, so I just lay down next to the fire. It was at this point that the delirium had really set in. My friends knew something. Oh, it's honestly so creepy remembering all this. I was told that for the next couple hours they watched me trying to grasp the physical world from the delusional. I was like a little kid, a caveman or something. I was trying to talk, but it all came out so jumbled in some other language. The guys became a little concerned. They told me that I kept walking off this wooden deck-like thing into a soggy creek bed. They found me there mangled and pulled me out with concern. I kept wandering back to the creek bed, stumbling off the deck into it. It was around 4 AM that they pulled me out and stood me up, and I just kept on peeing myself. But I must say, it was so relieving. I suppose everyone went to bed or something, because I wandered off to the dirt road, the one that goes through the pasture. I felt energised and had control of my body now, still delirious. I'd found Stephen though. He sat me down and began to inform me of something very unnerving. The night had a very evil feeling as it was. He said, "Man, I don't know what to do. I don't want any of this." He showed me his dark, long fingernails, and I noticed his face was very old and hairy, even werewolf-like. I flipped out. I told him it was going to be okay and not to worry, and it was just a bad dream. I knew this wasn't though when I saw him. He was being possessed by her. I ran for my life. I'd begun to witness the spirit world, the darkest reality, ghost-like beings everywhere around me, and it sickened me to my core. I ran and ran, hopped a barbed wire fence into a weedy field and ran around the perimeter trying to avoid stepping on snakes. I was almost flying. I fell really hard at one point, and when I got up I saw a glow in the middle of the field. I was controlled at this point. I was pulled to the centre of the field where I witnessed some, honestly, quite demonic action. There were 7 guys and girls dressed in dark clothes, black hair and pale skin. They were all enticed, basically making love with the plant. They danced around the glowing Datura plant. She was alive. There was one guy and girl to my left that was very tall and thin, and he, or she, seemed to be the plant spirit, the leader. They all quit dancing. Datura, she, stared into my eyes and shook her head. I messed up and I knew it. I ran so quick towards the woods. He, she, sent one of the others, the enticed ones, after me. I tried to hop this barbed fence but I was caught and I cut myself. I turned around and the enticed one, he stopped still in the darkness. I felt as if he wanted to run with me and get away from this evil life. I said, "Come on dude, let's go. She'll kill you, come on." He stopped and it was as if something forced him to shake his head, saying, "No, no." I hopped the wire, ran up the hill, tore through the vines, briar, and just tearing through everything, leaped down to the other side. Something stopped me and pulled my head up towards the ridge. And there was the temptress, and she was after my life. I hopped the wire and ran up the hill, tearing through vines and briar, just tearing through anything I could see, and leaped down to the other side. Something stopped me and pulled my head up towards the ridge. There was the temptress, and she was after my life. She was capable of transformation and teleportation. I was so scared. I tore through the woods, having to avoid 2 black jaguars. It was her. She's so tricky and so very evil. I came to the highway and it was about dawn at this point. I just kept running from her. She was so tricky she had this power to dissipate, bow into the side of the road, and just vanish, leaving only slightly noticeable energy particles. She could move about so quickly like this. I spent the next hour running in terror. I had to prove my strength and I wasn't going to give in. She would offer me things like power and drugs, girls, etc. She sat on top of a road sign with his legs crossed behind. What does this say? She tested my strength to the end. So wicked. I remember running and cars were swerving in order to avoid me. I guess I was in the road. I didn't dare go into the woods, they had too much power in the darker areas. I could hear their evil laughter in the distance. He would bow into the ground every time a car would come around the corner. I was so scared and so very tired. I didn't know where I was, but I had to get out of there quickly. I tried signalling to the traffic that they were trying to get me. A lady pulled over and told me to get in. She knew something was wrong, very wrong. I was too confused. She said she took me to a sheriff's station in another town. It turned out she was a psychologist. She spotted my terror immediately. Most folks don't pick up on crazy people. To be honest, I was extremely blessed. I went to the station. She told the sheriff that I was confused and seemed very disturbed. I told the cop that I was being followed by evil kids that wanted to sacrifice me. He asked me if I'd done any drugs, of course, and I said no, because it was real. I had forgotten about the Datura and only remembered the cannabis leaf I smoked the day before. Besides, he wouldn't have believed me if I told him that I did. But he knew. He definitely knew. They called my mother and brother and they came and got me. The plant left me with strange powers that I was soon to lose as I came down. By the way, I was informed that the cops went to check out the area. They actually looked in the cult members in the physical world. It was very kind of them. The plant is a very useful teacher, but also deadly. I don't know that it is worth the risk. I was so dehydrated and my tonsils were bleeding. A cop came in and poured me a styrofoam cup of water. Oh my, it was the best. I savoured every drop of it. I dropped the cup of water on the floor when I looked down to see that it was gone. There are many delusional things that happen also. It may be hard to distinguish the true lessons from the effects of poisoning. I got home, drank some water, and took a long rest. It left me very lonely for months. My eyes were unable to focus for the following week. I went to my friend's house the next day. I had to find out what happened to me. Before describing anything on my part, he told me what he witnessed at the campsite. He was completely sober. He said he witnessed Stephen, the other induced one, become real old looking. He was hairy like a dog and it was clear, he said. He described exactly what happened to him and what I witnessed. The following week, I went to the library to research more about Datura. I read a book there that said it's common to have dreams involving lycanthropy, the turning of a man to a wolf. How honestly bizarre. This really freaked me out. Please do not take this with a grain of salt or as an entertaining story. It was such a nightmare, and I felt so lonely for so very long, and I'm still recovering a year later. It is now my duty to inform people of the deadliness of the Datura. She will trick you into death, and if you die you may have more problems than just a dead body. She will have weakened you to the point of surrendering your soul to her. Watch out and please take much precaution, my fellow brothers and sisters. Mouth of Madness. A Datura trip report by Timmy. Posted to earwid.org January 10th, 2004. In high school, I had a friend who had been reading Carlos Castaneda. Carlos wrote about the Yaqui shaman Don Juan Matus, who would access the spirit world by ingesting peyote, Datura, etc. So he, inspired by Don Juan, went on one of his expeditions to find herbs, and came back with a Tupperware full of the spiny pods. It would be a huge understatement to say that we were unprepared for the extent of the experience. I ate a heaping tablespoon of fresh, mature seeds. Lucy and Polo had eaten similar amounts as well. 90% of this was told to me by my best friend, Dougie, who witnessed my descent into madness. Basically, what I remember is eating the seeds around midnight with Lucy and Polo. It was kind of like being really drunk, except for the total lack of equilibrium. Serious dryness and soreness of the mouth and throat were present, and some lucid hallucinations. It didn't feel enjoyable, just uncomfortable really. I kept smoking cigarettes that would disappear, and I talked to a friend of mine from day camp who I hadn't seen in maybe 7 years, before he disappeared and I realised he wasn't ever there to begin with. I vaguely remembered finding my upstairs toilet had been puked on, not in, with $1 floating on top. I also vaguely remember cleaning it up, washing the dollar bill off, and hanging it to dry. I really wasn't sure if this had happened, and when I went to check it, the dollar was gone, and the toilet was a little too clean. Later, Lucy said she vaguely remembered puking in my bathroom, but was still not sure if it was real or not. The dollar is still missing. Polo, Lucy, and I all got extremely fatigued and sleepy, so we all went to bed. I had a dream where I kept walking into the wall. I was woken up the next morning by the phone ringing. Lucy and Polo were gone. I picked up the phone. Dougie. Tim, are you alright? Fine, I guess. What's wrong? What is my name? Tell me my name. Oh, fuck you, Dougie, stop fucking with me. I'm not. What do you remember from last night? I'm not listening to this. Just do me a favour and look on top of the fridge. You put my dog's food dish on top of the fridge. Good one, cockhead. No, asshole. You did. Whatever. Goodbye. I'm coming over now. I go upstairs where my mom's house is in total disarray. I find the wall-mounted phone hanging off the hook, the front door standing wide open, the table in the entryway overturned, a broken vase on the floor. And it was Halloween, so we had this dish of candy corn, and someone went through maybe 75 pieces of candy corn and bit off only the orange half. I start freaking out. I had really thought that Dougie was just joking me, but he never took jokes that far. So Dave comes over and helps me clean up. I found all of the pieces of the vase broken where they lay, except for a very large section that was hidden behind the curtain on the other side of the room. Strange. After we'd cleaned things up, Dougie proceeded to tell me what exactly had happened. He'd come back over to my house maybe an hour after I'd gone to bed. Apparently, he found me wearing only my boxers, frantically trying to locate something in my kitchen. Things had not been broken yet. He said my name, but I paid no attention, only continued to open and slam drawers and cabinets. Tim! He shouted. I turned around, looking at him with annoyance. What? What are you doing? I'm looking for my Windows 95 disk. I said this with an expression and tone of voice of someone who had just been asked what his penis was for. I rolled my eyes and walked off toward my dinner table, stopping for a moment to hock a loogie on the wall. Dougie was very, very confused. Don't fucking leave, I said, looking at the table. I'm not, said Dougie. Not you, the candlesticks. I said this in the same, must I always restate the obvious sort of tone. Tim, what the hell is actually wrong with you? Who are you? I'm your best friend. I tried to remember. John? No. Jake? No. You don't even know anybody named Jake. I'm Dougie. I'm Dougie. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Dougie. I spit another substantial hocker onto the wallpaper. Tim, this is your house. Have some respect. Stop spitting on the walls. Okay. I spit on the floor. What the fuck, Tim? Hey, at least I didn't spit on the wall. I grab a spoon off the table and seem to be trying to smoke it. I make as if I'm lighting it with an invisible lighter and take a deep breath. I offer David the spoon. No thanks. He takes the spoon away from me. I walked away and grabbed my dog's food bowl and went downstairs, down to my fridge where I carefully placed the dish on top. She doesn't need it, and I don't like her anyway, I said, either anticipating his question or maybe just talking to myself. I opened my fridge and began digging into the pockets of my boxers, except they didn't actually have pockets. I'm so thirsty, I don't think I have any change. I look at Dougie. You don't need change, this is your house. That's your pop. Okay. Well, do you have 50 cents? Sure. He reaches in and pulls out a brisk iced tea and opens it for me. I take a single sip, set it down, pull out a fresh can, open it, take a single sip, set it down, and reach for another. Dougie stops me. "You know, you've actually lost your mind, you realise," says Dougie, and I cackle maniacally, spitting on the fridge. I walk toward my bedroom, missing the doorway and walking squarely into the wall. David helps me. Apparently Apollo and Lucy had already left. "Where did Lucy go, Tim?" She went to see the shadow people." Not long after this, I think, Dougie managed to get me into bed and go to sleep, and he went home. It was a school night. I'm not sure if I got back up and did those things upstairs, or if Polo and Lucy came back and did them. I guess I'll never know for certain. Lucy woke up in her bed, legs and feet muddy and scraped, with no recollection of how she got there at all. Polo woke up at home too. These people didn't drive, and they didn't live close to me either. Very, very odd. I'm probably forgetting parts, to be honest. I've heard Dougie tell this story so many times, but I'm pretty sure I did other stuff too. The story gained something of legendary status at my high school. Here's some highlights from some of my other friends' stories. Giuseppe ate some and put on Working Man's Dead, proceeding to talk to Jerry Garcia all night long via his radio. Schloppy, sitting shotgun in a moving car, saw a dark man with a Tommy gun sitting in the back seat. He quickly bailed from the car. Junebug ate some before his family dinner. He was in my friend Odell's basement smoking a bong. When he passed it, the basement and all the other people disappeared, and he was sitting at his dining room table, arm outstretched, while his family stared at him. He had to excuse himself from the table to lock himself in his bedroom. Other drugs you eat and you're like, that's trippy, I guess. On Jimson weed, you're like, hey, that's normal. You never know that you're hallucinating. It's just like a waking dream. This is not recommended, unless you're a shaman. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivec. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across, because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these cozy snug sleep earbuds from LikeMe really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code VIVEC for 10% off your order. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to LikeMe for reaching out, I really appreciate it. Beautiful waking dreams and epic nightmares. A Datura trip report by Hunter Gatherer, posted to earwid.org February 22nd, 2025. I personally have had much success with Datura. I love the plant and its effects dearly. It feels like a waking dream and does enjoyably absurd things to me. It has much potential as a tool for adventure and artistic creation, at least in my personal case. I'm a junior music major in college, and my life is very much about music. I love the earth, and my passions are surfing, critical thinking, adventuring, tree climbing, romance, etc. I only came to know and love drugs, mostly psychedelics and dreaming herbs, about a year ago. Cannabis opened my mind to the world of altered consciousness and other things. I've since done 2CE, LSA, LSD, Freebase and Yopo DMT, Amanita, Dreaming Herbs, Ambien, Nitrous, and combinations thereof. I started noticing my practice of drugs was much more shamanistic and curious. I felt empowered to try Datura for myself. I bought about 120 Datura Metal Fastuosa triple purple seeds online. I've read Metal has a higher proportion of scopolamine than other species, which is good for recreational purposes. It was my first experience gardening, but I poured much labour and time into them throughout the summer, and some plants grew to over 6 feet in only a few months. They had tons of sun and water in well-draining soil. The flowers smell beyond beautiful. I truly enjoyed and loved my plants throughout, and they seemed to love my care, judging from their absurd fruitfulness. One fall day, I collected pods and yielded 10,000 mature seeds. I dried them, mixed them, and stored them as a surplus of Datura for years to come. By the time I was experimenting, I felt the plant, and I had a very tight, warm, and trusting bond. I dried leaves and flowers as well, and I played with very small progressive doses in different ways for months to feel it out. Confident and careful, I ingested 20 seeds, a quarter tab of acid, and some whiskey this Halloween, which is filled with energy, people, and costumes on my college campus. Other than epic dry mouth, I had the time of my life dressed as Tarzan and having countless glowing interactions. So much love, but far from delirious. A month later was the day. I'd just broken my fibula and was casted, so I could comfortably move around my house but surely nowhere else, which seemed safe for even full-blown delirium, my intention. Away from my usual seed hoard, I pulled a not quite mature fruit from my plants. I had a light dinner at about 9 PM and went to my room, which I share with my younger brother, Daniel. Thinking he'd sleep on the couch that night, I started to eat the white seeds in increments of 20 at about 10 PM. I would gauge how I felt every 10 to 15 minutes, mostly by thirst, and then eat another 20, until I'd had 120 by before 11 PM, and felt I'd hit the perfect dose. I started out playing video games, very uncommon, with Daniel, while waiting for him to go upstairs to sleep. At about 11 PM he told me he was sleeping there, and I told him I was about to be Datura-tarded. He said, whatever. While hanging, I would say things to him he didn't understand, or go on tangents about nonsense but in clear speech. He didn't understand how gone I was, and kept being like, seriously, what are you talking about? I eventually started talking to imagined persons and friends and incorporating my brother into the conversation, which truly baffled him, yet I just thought, Daniel must be confused because he tuned out, and not that I'd done anything strange. He went to sleep soon, and I was feeling pretty out of it. Walking on crutches felt very drunk, and space and time felt funny. The atmosphere just feels weird, and thirst is outrageous. But I'd felt all this before in experimenting. Every object and view starts to be very intriguing and speaks something, but I can't decipher what, and it's totally okay and super enjoyable in my stupor. Things don't move, but still get animated, and there's a stagnant yet buzzing energy to everything, which fills me with a childish curiosity. After video games, some moving around, and some water, I decided to play bass guitar. After a few false starts, I recorded an unbroken stream of 45 minutes, some of the most beautiful I've ever produced on any instrument. It was absolutely emotional and enveloping playing it, and I love the recording still. The state opens up creative possibilities in a beautiful, truthful, hyper-focused way that seems almost opposite what I'd expect from delirium. The sounds and ideas come from somewhere else, and I did many things I'd never done before on that instrument. After letting the final note ring, I slowly drank lots of water and moved around. Coming back from the bathroom, I caught a glimpse in the mirror. My reflection looked normal, but felt humorous and dark, very dead and very alive at once. I can't remember what I did next. I think I laid in bed and listened to music for a bit. My thoughts were strange and scrambled, and I knew I had done Datura and was weighing its effects. My body started to feel very strange, neither enjoyable nor bad. I was too awake to sleep. Regardless, I had some visions, dreams, and conversations in my mind with myself and others. The setting would change, and I'd be with close friends in a dorm room in the woods, wherever, and friends would come and go. When they appeared, I wouldn't even say hello, I'd just be glad to see them and get straight into conversation. When they'd disappear, it was totally fine, no worries. I woke Daniel up multiple times, but he sleep talks, so we just mumbled at each other before he passed back out. Never questioning this, I eventually got up and went outside for a bit. Walking was a bit easier. The night was nice and I felt soberish, but wasn't. I sang to myself in the night for a bit before peeing and heading inside. The dark hallway was weird upon returning. My house felt mysterious and like it was watching me. I went upstairs for food, with my mother asleep on the couch near the kitchen. If she'd been awake and spoken to me, I'd have been fucked. But it was alright, and I soon went back downstairs. I'm not sure when these next 3 events happened. After the bathroom, I saw my reflection again, but did not recognise it. I took interest in the man in the mirror and talked to him instead. I thought we were connecting, but it soon seemed he was mocking me. I talked for a long while before I realised it was a mirror. I recognised it was a mirror because of its location in my room, not my reflection. I simply found it curious, not frightening at all, and returned to whatever. Second event. One specific dream I had involved a friend appearing in my consciousness. She was hiding behind things jokingly and laughing, and I thought it was quite a fun game. I would laugh and say, "I see you, silly," and such. She soon started hiding behind things in my actual room and other places into which we warped, and the game continued until Daniel butted in. She disappeared and I just figured she'd won hide and seek, and I was happy for her. Third event. I was on the floor and my older brother Nathan was suddenly in Daniel's bed trying to sleep there. Daniel was hiding behind a shelf in the room and I was once again cheerfully like, "You can't hide yourself, silly." I would talk to this shelf Daniel until actual Daniel angrily and drowsily spoke from his bed, but I just perceived that person to be Nathan. "Nathan, get out of Daniel's bed, you dummy. Why are you trying to sleep here?" Received a response of, "What the fuck, Nathan's not even in here." I didn't believe, and I would talk to Shelf Daniel about how weird Nathan was acting. Deciding to lay down and sleep, I see some weird shit. Visuals and a trippy pressure happening in my brain, both physically and with my cognitive processes. It's an awesome headspace to be in. There's also some passionate, positive sexual energy, but not the kind to physically act on. The visuals can be enjoyably dark and obscure, and sometimes very clear. I vaped a little weed, but didn't recognise any shift in perception. I fell asleep eventually, and the scariest thing ever happened to me. My dad came in the room while I was asleep, and was yelling for me to get up because he knew my secret, and I was in deep shit. My dad's never mad, but he was outraged, and I knew that the room smelled somewhat of weed. I felt horror as I realised my parents would know I do drugs, and I was absolutely fucked. I felt helpless, ashamed, and terrified. My dad eventually slammed the door and stormed off, and I knew Daniel was quietly there for all of it. The next day, there was no hangover in the traditional sense. I woke up and my first thoughts were, "Man, that was so amazing, it went so well, and now I'm done tripping." My body felt great, my brain was working, I was motivated, etc. I thought the day was just glowing and happy, but soon realised my vision had an intense yellow tint. It was actually quite beautiful and evoked feelings of happiness, warmth, sunlight, and clarity in everything I looked at. My vision felt particularly sharp at first. I later tried to read texts and focus on letters and images, and I realised my vision was super whack. Text looks like it's in a majestic cursive font, but mirrored and layered over itself infinitely, and each iteration is a different colour. I can't read for shit, but it was actually very pretty and meaningful to look at. Some objects were pretty blurry, and my eyes were slightly dilated. I particularly loved looking at my bass strings, which looked like a red, green and blue string for each one, creating a massive blurry yet defined string, both vibrating and very fixed at once. I had a conversation with Daniel at 11 AM, in which I was worried it was super late and that I'd lost track of time. I understood it was 11 something, but was super confused about everything he was saying, and he was confused by my responses until he said, "Dude, it's 11 AM. I then realised I was actually still tripping a bit. Soon after this, I asked my dad if he'd come into my room and yelled at me last night, but he said he hadn't. Later, I was doing some computer work on my floor when suddenly my mum came into the room. Her presence just kinda glided through the door and into a pile of clothes in my room, and even though I never physically saw her, I followed her movements of my eyes and didn't question at all that it was her. I thought she was hiding in my clothes pile, and I calmly just said, "Hey, Mum, I can see you. I'm kinda busy now, but I know you're there. Oh well, I guess you can chill." She stayed for a while, and I talked to her intermittently, until I realised she was never there. The realisation that I thought my adult mother was hiding quietly within a small pile of clothes on my floor kinda scared me. Damn, would I mildly trip like this all day? But lo and behold, that was the last of the weirdness. The way things morphed and progressed was like a deep psychedelic dream. I thoroughly enjoyed my night and got a beautiful piece of music out of it. I will do it again with caution. Were I to never do the drug again, I would still grow them, as they are beautiful and feel strangely alive. The only horror I experienced with this drug was an epic and extended nightmare with Datura as a key theme. Now that was heavy. A few normal weeks later, I arrived home from winter break, just today. I finished writing a paper, submitted it at 3 PM, and napped completely sober at 4 PM. I had the most extended and hellish nightmare of my life, waking up at 7 PM to still be trapped in terror. I can't capture here and explain how weird, amorphous, alien, and dreamy the whole thing was. Feelings of space, time, and self were so cloudy and just fucked up throughout. I survived, but I was shaken because even the sober reality portion convinced me I was still in perdition. Why did this happen, and would it happen again? I've done drugs before in my dreams, but they're always just weird, fun, and trippy, not accurate to real-life effects. But so many parts of this dream felt like my Datura experience, but evil, especially the vision. I'm still wondering whether there is actual residual Datura in my brain. Is it out, and my brain just knows the pathways of it more clearly than any real drug I do in both dreams and reality? Or is it still chemically there and fucking with me? And weeks after this trip, preceded by normalness, why now? And why so extreme? Is this plant truly evil? Able to telecommunicate delirium and nightmare? It's a stretch, and I'm normally not this superstitious. But this was as truly a fucked up, legit, timeless bad trip through circles of delirium and a continuing, seamless fabric of nightmare and frightened reality. It's probably all coincidence, but it's alarmingly close to real Datura accounts. The plants are still outside my house, now skeletons in the cold. Anyway, thanks for reading. Peace and love. I lost my pets and almost burned the house down. A Datura trip report by Lucky, post.earwid.org, June 15th, 2008. I'm in my mid-30s and have tried many different things in my time. LSD, mescaline, mushrooms, etc. I'd call myself experienced with hallucinogenics, which were always fun for me, especially when I was younger. This experience was not one of those times. I must mention that I was trying to make a very light dose to just see what the effects would be. I did not intend to become incapacitated. Although I tried to document my experience exactly, I soon realised this was an impossibility. Here is what I do know. At 11 AM, I boiled exactly 10 leaves, about 6 to 8 inches long, in 8 cups of water for 10 minutes. This was the first time with this plant, and I didn't want to overdo it. I took it off the burner and let it steep for a few minutes. As that was cooling, I made a pitcher of really sweet tea from concentrated dry tea mix. Then I filled a 20-ounce glass with ice and filled the cup halfway with tea. I then filled the rest of the glass with the leaf brew, and ended up using only about 6 to 8 ounces of the brew in total. At 11:30 am, I drank the tea all at once. It tasted quite nasty, even though it was heavily sweetened. It only took me a few minutes. I then removed the leaves from the pot, threw them away, and the pot with the remaining brew back on the stove. At 11:45 am, I started to wonder if I'd had enough, and thought it was a good idea to make another glass. So I did, exactly as before, and drank it quickly as well. This time I noticed it was a little hard to get down though, almost like my throat was closing up, making me feel like I was choking. I started to walk back to the couch and realised I felt funny, like my body was drunk but my mind perfectly coherent. From this point on, I cannot tell you the exact timing of anything else because, although I didn't realise it yet, I lost track of all time and reality. At 12ish, maybe, I realise I'm totally wasted. I'm sitting on the couch and notice things are really strange. Corners of the wall turning into spider webs. Very blurry vision. I was watching TV but realised I can't really see it anymore or understand what they're saying at all. I forget to mention that I was alone, for now, as my wife and daughter were due back late that afternoon. More on that later. Never intended to be this messed up, so I decided to get up off the couch and go to the bathroom. I realised then that it would take every effort, almost Herculean strength, just to get off the couch. Finally, I got up off the couch and stumbled to the bathroom, catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Oh my god. The first thing I noticed was that my eyes were completely dilated. I then looked down at my hands and I have a hard time focusing, but when I finally did, I realised they were beet red. I mean, red. Redder than red. Worse than the worst sunburn you have ever seen. I looked back up at my face in the mirror and I finally came into focus again and realised my face looked exactly the same. Now I'm freaking out. My whole body was red from head to toe. I need to mention at this point that I still felt like I was still there mentally. All I noticed were these physical problems emerging. Completely dilated pupils, inability to focus, and beet red skin. I decided that I'd better try to puke up whatever I could, so I tried to, and only a little came up, more like an acid reflux type thing. Except now I have a bigger problem. My throat is actually closing up. Breathing was difficult and I had dry mouth like never before in my life. No amount of water would satisfy it, and every time I tried to drink, it felt like I was going to choke. I must mention that although I thought at the time my mind was still rational, I realised later that I was far from rational. Even still, I calmly, even though I felt like I was dying, went to my computer to look up websites to try to find out if there was a way to reverse the effects I was going through. Somehow I made it to a site, I think, but then realised I couldn't even read it. Every word on the page was gibberish, it didn't make any sense. I knew the answer was somewhere, but I couldn't find it. Looking back, I estimate I spent hours on the computer staring blindly at the screen. At the time, I actually thought it was just minutes though. I went outside to smoke a cig, and realised I couldn't even see anything outside, it was way too bright, so I came back in quickly enough. I then thought of how messed up I was and that I need to warn my daughter of the danger of this drug. She's 12. I went into her room and started to lecture her about the danger of drugs and to never try it and pick good friends and so on and so forth. I remember thinking how good she is being. She sat quietly and listened to me intently. When I thought I made my point, I got up to leave and realised she'd left the room. I was pissed. How could you just walk away like that? I went out into the living room to complain and realised she wasn't there. Nobody was there. I was still alone. I remember feeling at that point like I'm in some serious trouble. What on earth have I been doing? I must note that I still had all of the symptoms I had earlier. The most troubling being I stumbled everywhere I went and that my body was beet red still, and I choked every time I tried to drink something. I wondered how long it had been. I don't remember exactly what time it was when I looked, but I did realise it was a lot longer than I thought. I recall thinking my family would be home soon, and realised later that I lost several hours doing what I do not know, and all of a sudden they'd come home. All of a sudden they were there. My wife, and boy oh boy, did she look pissed. After what happened earlier though, I didn't believe it was actually her. This part of the story is now her recollection of what she came home to. She is a paramedic, by the way, as well. She said she came home, opened the front door, and smoke came pouring out of the house. She ran to notice that the stove was on fire. There I was, just standing there, looking off into space. She was screaming at me, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I remember saying, "Well, nothing's wrong." But she says I was mumbling something about she needed to get off my back and just go to bed. I then see my daughter run by and thought, what is actually wrong with her? I didn't realise it at the time, but what was actually wrong with her was that she was scared shitless about what was going on. Then, they just left. Or had they even been there, I wondered. Oh well, I think I'll go have a smoke. Anyway, what seemed like a few minutes, actually hours later, they came back. We have pets, by the way, too. 3 dogs and a cat. And when they came home the second time, all the animals were gone and the door was wide open. Now she's really pissed. She screams to me about almost burning the house down, and now all the pets were gone. I told her she was nuts and to get off my back immediately. Then they both left again. Damn, I thought. Were they even there? I spent the rest of the night on the computer, mostly just staring at the monitor. I woke up the next morning on the couch and had a talk with my wife. I still felt funny, but the worst was over. So anyway, this is what really happened. My wife and daughter came home at about 5:30 p.m. to find the stove on fire. She puts out the fire, and I must have taken the leaves out of the garbage and tried to make more tea to cause this. The stove was scorched. I think I drank more tea, but I cannot be certain about this. She drilled me about what was going on, saying I wouldn't tell her and kept telling her everything is just cool. She asked me repeatedly what I was on, but I would not tell her. She didn't realise I was as bad off as I was. She was more mad than anything, so she and my daughter took off and came back at about 8:30 p.m. She found me on the computer and screamed this time, saying I'd lost the pet. Well, I could go on and on with more details, but I don't want to miss the point. I could have actually burned to death in this house. I could have choked to death, heart attack, my heart was actually racing out of its chest. I could have easily died in so many scenarios. Those things didn't happen, but I will tell you what did. It's been 2 months since this happened, and I'm actually still not quite the same. I hate to say it's permanent, but, well, I hope not. But the truth is, I have actually screwed myself up in some capacity. My throat is partially closed, and I have trouble breathing when I sleep. I cough up liquids sometimes because it tries to go down my windpipe. And to be honest, I actually do still see stuff that is not there at all. But worst of all is my brain. I cannot maintain my thoughts. I'm a writer, but I cannot focus anymore. It genuinely took me forever to write this up. A Curious Mind. A Datura trip report by Jamie. Posted to earwid.org January 23rd, 2008. It's October 10th, 2 days before my 15th birthday. My boy Dave comes to school and tells me about this crazy ass drug he found. He asked me if I'd ever heard of Jimson weed seeds. I say no, as he proceeds to tell me about his experience with them. He said he ingested one pod, about 100 to 200 seeds. He tells me he was on his way to his best friend's house, and he walked into the neighbour's house instead without even noticing. He walked to the fridge, poured himself a glass of milk, and then drank it. Suddenly, an old lady walks in and screams, "What are you doing in my house?" He frantically runs out of the house into the right house. Then, he tells me, he did them the next day and did the exact same thing to the same house. Being the kind of person who will try almost anything once to find out what it does to me, I instantly was interested in trying this drug and asked what they looked like and how many I should do. He said to eat no more than one whole pod. I told 2 of my friends about these things and what they did to Dave. My friend Steve said he heard of them and knows where one is growing. Me, Sean and Steve start walking towards where they were. I was a little nervous since I've never heard of this before, but was still eager to try them. We picked a single pod off and decided to get our other friend Stutters, Shane, to come along. We sat there and told him about them, and he wanted to be the first to try them out. So we ended up cutting open the pod, and he ingested every last beet red seed, chewed and swallowed. We went back to Stutter's house, and about half an hour later, he slurred the words, I feel a bit drunk, and told us to go eat some. Knowing they were for real and did get you high, we went back to the plant and raided it. We took 3 more pods and each ate one of them. We decided to walk downtown. About an hour later, I felt very hot and uncomfortable. I remember Steve saying he was going to go home to see his girl. Me, Sean, and Stutters were on Stutters' front porch. Stutters said he was going to be right back. I then remember waking up on his front porch by myself, and it was dark out by now. Confused, I got up and walked home. On the way, I kept looking over and seeing all my friends I did them with. I was talking to them and smoking a spliff with them. I turned again, and they were gone. I got real confused as to why they kept running off on me. It made me pretty mad too. I don't remember getting home or much after that at all. My mom told me the rest. She said when I got home, I looked all messed up. She said I sat down at the computer table without a single word and started moving my hands as if I was rolling a joint. I lit it up, passed it around. I was talking to Sean and Stutters about selling these things, she said. Her and her boyfriend did not know what to think, so she just kept asking me, "What are you on?" And I would say, nothing, Mom, I was just smoking weed and drinking with Sean and Shane, you know. It's my birthday, we're just chilling. "No, you're not," she said. "You're on something harder this time." And I argued with her, "Nah, I've just been chilling with Sean and Shane smoking weed, ask them." She looks at me and yells, "There's no one fucking there." I turned and looked beside me with a confused look on my face and said, "Oh, they'll be right back, I guess." She still didn't know what I was on because I simply didn't remember. All I knew was that I was actually chilling with my friends. She said over the next 7 hours I kept smoking cigarettes that weren't there and thinking I was burning myself. My stepdad stayed up all night on the computer watching me since I wouldn't stay still or sleep. He told me at about 4 in the morning I got up off the couch and walked towards the table. It was pitch black, so he couldn't see what I was exactly doing. He said I was moving things around on the table, so he told me to sit back down on the couch, and which I did. He noticed I had something in my hands. Looking at it, flipping it around, and about 5 minutes later he heard me say, Is this the fucking lid to the butter?" So he stands up, turns on the light, and there I was sitting on the couch with the lid to our glass butter holder. He grabbed it and went towards the butter and finds the pillow sitting in the spot where the lid should be. He laughed his ass off. My parents said they got a huge kick out of me. They said I was like a 10-year-old kid with a 10-second memory span. Another incident my mum had told me about was that I went to the bathroom and I was in there for like 10 minutes or so before I came out strutting my stuff buck naked in the hall. She turned to her boyfriend and asked, "What do I do?" And he said, "I don't know, I'm not touching him." So they told me to get dressed, and it took quite a while for me to come out. And when I did, I had my mom's pants on around my head. So they just had to get me dressed themselves, to which I later apologised. It was a school night, so my mom said I should stay home with them while they went to work. In the morning, I was still pretty high, but I remembered what I did by then. I went to my friend Joe's house after this, told him all about it, and we decided he wasn't going to go to school either, and that he was going to do some seeds with me. We were going to sell them to kids and make some money too, so we went to the plant and grabbed like 20 pods or so. We went up to the high school, gave a bunch of them away, then we ate a pod each on the way to Sean's house to see how he made out last night. We got there and cut open all the pods and put them in baggies. We figured not many people would buy them, so we ate another 3 pods each. The last thing I remember is Stutter's aunt coming to Sean's freaking out, asking us what we was on and to show her where they are, because Stutter's, well, he was in the hospital bleeding out of his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. I instantly got paranoid since, well, I'd just ate 4 more pods. I only remember about 10% of the whole time, but Sean wanted to stay sober to see what we do because he didn't remember the night before, which was good because we probably wouldn't be here if he did them too. He first noticed Joe was tripping out because he asked Sean who the lady suntanning in his backyard was. Sean had seen that there was no one there and said it was his mum's friend. His mum was coming home soon, so he walked up to Joe's house. On the way, he said he knew I was high now too, because I was chewing on my shirt like it was food. He said I looked at him, and with the funniest expression on my face, I said to him with my shirt in my hands, "Sausage?" He just laughed and said, Nah, it's okay, Jamie." When we got to Joe's, he was having a hard time watching us since Joe was in his house and I was all over the place in his backyard, his basement, and walking down his street. He came out back once and seen me smoking something, passing it to people who were not there. He started playing with me a bit, asking if he can have some, and I was like, "Nah, you're cut, you fucker." He just laughed and went back inside. When he got in there, Joe was in his bathroom slicking his hair back with hair gel. Sean didn't say anything to him, just watched to see what he was doing. Joe got out of the bathroom and sat on his couch. He put his arm around someone who wasn't there, and with a stud look on his face, he asked, "What's going on, babe?" Sean told me he actually fell to the ground laughing after that. The whole time this was going on, I had 1 hit of ecstasy that was saving for my birthday in a dime bag. Sean said he kept asking to see it and make sure I still had it. I pulled it out a few times and showed him. Then he said that one time I pulled out the baggie and it was empty. He started getting paranoid and kept saying, "Oh mate, where's the pill? Where is it?" I had no idea what he was talking about, and we still don't know to this day if I had actually ate it or not. About 5 hours of him babysitting us, he was getting frustrated and decided to bring me home. He told my mom that Shane was in the hospital, and she and him brought me there. Joe's dad came home and found him talking to a telephone pole. My mom had told Joe's dad to bring him there too. When we got into the car, she said I thought we were going to get my contacts, so she didn't tell me we were going to the hospital. When we got there, it was around the time when the SARS were going around, so we had to get asked all these questions. The nurse asking my mom the questions had no idea I was all messed up off Datura. I grabbed at all the bottles that were on the desk and I was trying to drink one of them. My mum had tried to grab it from me, saying that it was the nurse's, and I held it tight, yelling, "No, it's not! I just made this fucking juice right here, you know." There were people staring at me by this time, and the nurse fetches a doctor. I get brought to this room, and on the bed beside me was my friend Joe. Stutters was in intensive care. I vaguely remember this, but I remember some. I remember the doctors and the 3 cops standing in front of me. The doctors gave me 2 cups of charcoal in a paper cup, said I had to drink them or they would have to stick a tube down my throat. Me, having still no idea why I was in the hospital, was kinda thirsty anyway, and forgot it was charcoal. I looked down at the 2 cups and I figured it was Pepsi or something, so I just chugged the first one and then the second one. Instantly I felt a sandy feeling in my throat and was disgusted. Then came 8 cups of see-through liquid, and the cop says I have to drink them too. Still mad they fed me pop with sand in it, I refused. I lied back in my chair and tried to look over at my friend Joe, but the curtain was in the way. I whispered to my mom to push my bed back so I could see him, and she said if I drink the cups first, she would. So I did, slowly but surely. I remember how gross it was, but still, I did it. They had a clip clipped to my fingers, and I kept moving my finger towards my other hand. My mama would hold it back and say no, and I was like, I just want to see it for just 1 second. So she let me. I was moving my finger slowly towards my hand, and then in a fast motion, I grabbed it and ripped it off. They put the clip back on, and I kept trying. Finally, when I gave up, I whispered to my mama again, move back my bed so I can see Joe, please. So without the doctors noticing, she did so. I gotta love my mama. I looked over at Joe and I remember seeing the biggest smile on his face as he said, "Your nose is broken, that's why you're here." And I replied, "Really? Why are you here, man?" And he laughed and said, "I broke both my legs, man, I'll never be able to walk again." And all the cops started laughing at us. I forgot to mention, when the cops were trying to get me to drink the stuff, my mom said I was hitting on the lady cop and she was blushing and everything. I laughed when she told me that. But anyway, we got put into our own rooms. And when I got out of the hospital, like 6 of my friends told me I called them from the hospital, and I don't remember still. One of the nurses found me naked in the elevator trying to escape the hospital. When I did finally get out, I was still having major side effects such as blurred vision, which lasted over a week, dilated pupils, which lasted a few days, and for about a month after that, every once in a while, I'd forget to take a breath and find myself grasping for air. The doctor said we all suffered brain damage and should stay away from all drugs for at least 6 months. You think any of us fucked up kids actually listened? Well, I'll leave that up to your imagination. Jimson seeds are the only drug I've done that I've said and actually meant that I will never do them again. They were quite the experience from what I remember, but are no doubt very harmful to my body and very unpredictable, seeing how the levels of poison in the plant varies from year to year and even from leaf to leaf. I know how I think when people say don't do this or even suggest not to. I'm a curious kid and that's why I did them, and I know many more kids will too. So I'll just try to let you know what you're in for. And I suggest you don't do them. They are evil, but I know how I am, and I know some will do it anyway. I spent my 15th birthday in the hospital, and I will never forget that. I'm personally glad I did them, because I learnt a lot. I learned that even when things seem fun, that they can very much be fatal.